Welcome back, brothers and heretics, Grimhammer. Tonight we're diving into the lore of what Fulgrim currently is doing. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor or the Dark Gods. And I want to thank you guys for their support. Y'all been absolutely killing it. Now, let's get into the bad news.
The vain rapture drifted beneath the empiric shadow of the Great Rift, like a blade left too long in a wound. Its hull had once been proud imperial steel, wrought in forgotten dockyards and sanctified by priests who believed the machine's spirit could be soothed by incense, oil, and lies. Now the strike cruiser wore its corruption openly. Its prow was reshaped into the sneering likeness of an angel, with its eyes gouged out. Its gun decks were framed with gilded ribs taken from void-born leviathans and dead imperial cathedrals. Chains hung from its flanks in frozen curtains, each link bearing a corpse, a shrine token, a broken helm, or some fragment of a defeated enemy preserved in the cold between stars. Inside, the ship breathed. Savael Drask could feel it through the soles of his armored boots, the pulse of reactors, the throb of plasma drives, the long, resentful grinding of ancient bulkheads flexing under pressures both material and impossible. The vain rapture was not merely a vessel, it was an appetite enclosed in iron, a cathedral of excess and old murder, and it knew the taste of every soul that had died within it. The corridor before him shone with lacquered blood. It had been polished into the deck plating over centuries, layer upon layer, so that the black metal reflected the lumen strips in streaks of wet crimson. Perfumed oils burned in censers made from loyalist skulls, filling the passageway with sweetness that could not bury the deeper stink of butchered meat, spoiled organs, weapon grease, and overheated ceramite. Flayed banners hung between support arches. Some had once been imperial standards, their aquilus peeled away and replaced with stitched sigils of the Dark Prince. Others had been fashioned from skin, the tattoos and birthmarks of their former owners preserved with devotional care. Mirrors lined the walls. They were cracked, stained, and framed in bone. Mortal crewmen avoided looking into them unless ordered. Drask enjoyed ordering it. A chain gang of serfs shuffled past him, bare feet slipping on the polished gore. Each man wore an iron collar, and a brand burned into his brow. Some had their eyes sewn shut. Others had their mouths sealed with bronze wire. One glanced into a mirror despite himself and began sobbing at once, because his reflection smiled back with no skin on its face. Drask stopped. The chain gang stopped with him. The overseer behind them froze, shockmaul raised but suddenly useless. The serf tried to kneel. His shackles tangled. He fell forward, forehead cracking against the deck. Blood spread beneath him in a fresh, honest pool, crude beside the ancient artistry beneath it. Drask regarded him in silence. He was tall even for one of the Legionis Astartes, though height was the least of his perfections. His posture was immaculate, his every movement controlled, as if the universe itself had been arranged to witness him. His armor was a masterpiece of desecration, its plates lacquered in deep pink, polished black, and old gold. The trim had been engraved with scenes from wars no loyalist archive still dared remember. Screaming faces were worked into the greaves. Thin chains of black and silver hung from his pauldrons, bearing purity seals torn from dead space marines. The parchment had been rewritten in blood with oaths to Slanesh. Across his cloak, severed helm crests from loyalist officers had been stitched like trophies from a noble hunt. His helm rested beneath one arm. His face was beautiful in the manner of a blade, pale and severe, with high cheekbones, violet eyes, and a mouth that seemed made for judgment rather than speech. A line of surgical hooks traced his jaw where Malchior Ven had once improved the muscles beneath the skin. When Drask smiled, the movement was too precise to be human. The serf whispered, "Forgive me, Lord." Drask bent slightly, as though considering some rare defect in a gemstone. "Forgiveness," he said, "is an imperial sickness." He stepped forward. His boot descended. The man's skull gave way with a wet crack, the sound small and ugly in the vastness of the corridor. Bone flattened. Teeth sprayed across the blood-lacquered deck. Grey matter squeezed out around the rim of Drask's soul and trembled there. The chain gang whimpered as one. Drask lifted his boot and examined the ruin beneath it. Crude, he murmured, but sincere. He walked on. The Hall of Correction waited beyond the next gate, and within it stood his tormentors in assembled ranks. They were his chosen executioners, line-breakers, hunters of weakness, and butchers of any foe unfortunate enough to survive the opening perfection of a bombardment. Their armor bore the colors of the 3rd Legion in 100 obscene variations. Some wore screaming faces sculpted into their breastplates. Some had polished their pauldrons until the brass reflected candlelight like molten gold. Others had adorned themselves with finger bones, flayed scripture, preserved tongues, and the broken icons of the corpse god's warriors. They stood in silence as Drask entered. That pleased him. Before them knelt 3 mortal heralds. Each had been sent to lesser warbands, cult flotillas, and pirate hosts drifting in the bleeding darkness near the rift. Each had returned with failure clinging to him like a stink. One had lost a message cylinder. One had allowed an allied warlord to mock Drask's claim of primacy. One had spoken Fulgrim's name with trembling lips and insufficient reverence. Drask passed them slowly. The first herald was shaking hard enough that his teeth clicked together. "You were given a command," Drask said. "Yes, Lord." "You carried my seal." "Yes, Lord." "You lost it." "I was ambushed, Lord. The Red Corsairs had marked the passage. My escort was slain. I alone returned to bring warning." How touching. The herald raised his eyes, desperate enough to mistake attention for mercy. "I returned, Lord." "You returned incomplete." Drask placed one hand upon the man's head, with something almost like tenderness. The herald began to weep. Drask pressed down, not hard at first, just enough for the man to understand the intimacy of what was happening. Then his fingers tightened. The skull collapsed between his gauntleted fingers. Blood burst through the man's nose and eyes. The body spasmed once, twice, then folded bonelessly to the deck. Drask turned to the second. "You permitted mockery." The herald swallowed, throat bobbing above the edge of his collar. The Lord of the Severed Rapture spoke in madness. He claimed no son of the Phoenician owed fealty to another. An unremarkable sentiment. He laughed at your summons. That was his error. Yours was surviving the laughter. Drask drew his power sword. The blade came free with a purr, its edge flickering with a field of contained force. Its name was Exquisite Ruin, though Drask rarely spoke the name aloud. Weapons, like warriors, became vain if praised too often. The herald tried to speak. Drask cut him from shoulder to hip in a single elegant motion. The power field parted flesh, cloth, bone, and spine without resistance. The two halves fell in opposite directions, spilling ropes of intestine and dark blood across the floor. The man lived long enough to see his own lower body twitching several feet away. Drask looked to the third herald. This one did not beg. He had bitten through his tongue before being brought into the hall, perhaps hoping silence would preserve some last dignity. Blood ran down his chin in thick threads. Drask admired that for a moment. Then he glanced toward the far side of the chamber, where Lord Cacophonist Maya Vol waited among his noise marines. Vol was a towering figure in warped plate, his armor studded with resonance vanes and organ pipe amplifiers that rose from his back like the bones of some metallic saint. His helm was elongated, grill worked into the shape of a screaming theatrical mask. Around him stood his choir of murderers, each bearing sonic blasters, blastmasters, and weapons that had no clean name outside the laboratories of mad artisans and the fevered dreams of Slanesh. "This one has restraint," Drask said. "Find the frequency that removes it." Vol inclined his head. "With pleasure." The third herald was dragged away. His muffled screaming began moments later, transformed by the noise marines into something higher, sharper, and far more useful than language. The first note made the lumen strips flicker. The second made blood tremble in the open bodies on the floor. The third cracked the teeth of several watching serfs. Drask listened. "Imperfect," he said. Vol's helm turned slightly. "Not yet perfected. See that it becomes so." Before Vol could answer, the ship screamed. Not the crew, not the dying herald. The ship. Every vox grill across the Hall of Correction shrieked at once. The sound came in jagged layers, a storm of feedback, Binharic agony, broken hymns, and something beneath it all that was not sound but sensation. The deck lurched. Chains snapped taut. Serfs fell to their knees, clutching their heads as blood poured from their ears. Several died where they knelt, skulls rupturing from pressure no auspex could name. The tormentors did not break formation. Some swayed, some laughed, some raised weapons as if an enemy had breached the hall. Drask remained still, though his heart began to beat harder inside his fused ribcage. His armor's autosenses flooded his vision with warning runes. Vox corruption, psychic intrusion, machine spirit distress, warp pressure beyond tolerable sanctified thresholds. The vain rapture screamed again. This time, the mirrors answered. Each cracked surface filled with light, violet and white and gold, too bright and too intimate. Drask heard mortal throats bursting throughout the ship. He heard the distant roar of chained cultists, the prayers of dark Mechanicum adepts collapsing into static, the chime of ammunition racks vibrating in the armories. He heard his own name whispered by voices that had died centuries before he was born. Then the sensation became words, not spoken, not transmitted, imposed. Crucible must fall. Every warrior in the hall heard it. Every slave, every servitor, every half-dead thing in Ven's apothecarian. Every weapon spirit sleeping inside bolter, blade, cannon, and engine. Crucible must fall. Drask closed his eyes. He saw a world of fortress hives and gunmetal continents. He saw orbital bastions burning against a poisoned sky. He saw billions of mortals packed into trenches, cathedrals, manufactoria, bunkers, underhive warrens, and corpse-processing vaults. He saw void shields flashing beneath bombardment. He saw banners of the corpse god trampled into mud made from blood and ash. He saw walls high enough to shame mountains, and he saw them broken. Then he saw Fulgrim. Not fully. Never fully. No mortal sense, no transhuman mind, no machine-augmented perception could hold the Phoenician in totality. He was beauty sharpened into cruelty, grace swollen into monstrosity, perfection made poisonous. 4 arms, serpentine majesty, wings like the last thought of a dying angel, a smile that promised elevation and extinction with equal sincerity. The vision vanished. The hall returned. Mortal bodies lay twitching. Several serfs had clawed their own ears to ribbons. One tormentor had driven his combat blade through his own palm and was staring at the wound in rapture. Vol's noise marines stood silent for the first time Drask could remember. Maya Vol broke that silence. "Our father calls for conquest," Drask said, before the cacophonist could profane the moment with interpretation. Vol stepped closer, his armor whining with barely restrained harmonic pressure. "No, Lord Exultant, he calls for more than conquest." Drask looked at him. Vol spread his arms, and the resonators along his armor shivered. Any brute may take a world. The 12th Legion would drown it in froth and call the result victory. The 14th would rot it and mistake endurance for art. The sons of Perturabo would measure the walls, break them, and congratulate themselves on arithmetic. That is not our father's desire. Drask's smile was thin. Speak with care. Victory is expected. Beauty is judged. The words hung between them like a drawn blade. Several tormentors shifted. Not fear, anticipation. Drask approached Vol until only a few paces separated them. Around them, the dead still leaked across the deck. The surviving herald's distorted screams pulsed faintly from the adjoining chamber, now folded into the ship-wide resonance of Fulgrim's command. You presume to explain the Phoenician to me, Drask said. I presume nothing. I listen. You listen to echoes and name them revelation. And you see walls and call them purpose. Drask considered killing him. The image formed complete in his mind. His blade through the cacophonist's throat. One twist, one severed spine. The noise marines cut down beneath bolter fire before they could answer. The hall ruined, but instructive. Then another tremor passed through the ship. The mirrors flashed again. Every reflection in the chamber smiled. Drask laughed softly. Then we shall give him both, he said. Conquest and performance, ruin and refinement. Crucible will fall in such a manner that the corpse god himself will hear the song through the cracks of his golden throne. Vol bowed. It was elegant. It was insulting. It was accepted. Drask turned from him and opened a command channel across the warband's internal vox. His voice carried through barracks, gun decks, slave holds, armories, dueling pits, shrines, engine spaces, and the reeking lower decks where the mortal population of the ship bred, starved, laboured, and died. All mortal assets are to be counted. Across the vessel, overseers stiffened. All mortal assets are to be branded by function, armed according to capacity, chained according to reliability, and dosed according to projected survival. Combat stims are to be distributed under apothecarian authority. Those who resist are to be rendered into ration slurry. Those who collapse are to be harvested for useful organs. Those who pray are to be recorded before correction. He paused, letting the order sink into the marrow of the ship. We go to Crucible. Its guns will be buried beneath meat. Its walls will be painted with obedience. Its defenders will learn that courage is only another texture beneath our blades. He cut the channel. The armory of the vain rapture opened like the jaw of a god. Drask walked its length with his officers behind him. Racks of bolters stood beside sonic blasters whose mouths had been sculpted into screaming faces. Blastmasters hung in magnetic cradles, their barrels veined with living metal. Screamer pistols rested in velvet-lined cases beside plasma pistols that ticked and hissed with caged suns. Power swords, phoenix spears, bliss blades, rupture lashes, chain blades, lightning claws, and cruel dueling knives waited beneath lumen strips the color of fresh bruises. Beyond the infantry racks squatted corrupted rhinos and land raiders, their hulls engraved with invocations to sensation, pride, and the eternal supremacy of the Third Legion. Tech thralls crawled over them with oil-stained hands, whispering false prayers to machine spirits that growled back through clogged vox units. In caged alcoves, combat stim reliquaries trembled under guard. The apothecarian thralls tending them twitched and drooled, their veins black from exposure, their minds burned hollow by chemicals meant for transhuman flesh. Malchior Ven emerged from between two surgical servitors, his narthecium clicking at his wrist. The mortal stock will not survive full saturation, Ven said. They need only survive long enough to run forward. Acceptable. I will prepare them in batches. Prepare them in multitudes. Ven's pale eyes glittered. A world such as Crucible will require oceans of bodies. Drask looked over the rows of weapons, the engines, the waiting blades, the reflected splendor of violence not yet born. Then we shall bring oceans. The translation alarms began their mournful chant. The vain rapture moved to join the mustering fleet. Through the observation vaults, Drask saw them gathering in the void, answering the same impossible summons. Emperor's children vessels slid from darkness in shapes of gold, amethyst, bone, and lacquered sin. Some were cathedral barges whose spires were wrapped in stretched skin. Some were butcher vessels trailing chains of frozen corpses, each body turning slowly in the light of the rift. Some sang through the void, their hulls vibrating hard enough to crack armor plating, their crews dying in ecstasy as the song passed through them. A fleet of monsters, a fleet of suns, a legion remembering itself. the warp opened before them. Reality tore in silence first, then screamed as the immaterium unfolded in colors that had no right to exist. The vain rapture plunged toward the wound with its shields burning and its engines howling. Around it the gathered ships followed, vanishing one by one into madness. As the Geller fields rose, every mirror aboard the strike cruiser changed. Drask saw Fulgrim in all of them, in the polished blood beneath his boots, in the cracked walls, in the black eyes of severed loyalist helms, in the gold trim of his own armor, in the lenses of dead space marines hanging from his cloak. The demon Primarch's smile bloomed everywhere at once, intimate as a blade beneath the ribs. The voice that followed was soft enough to be mistaken for affection. Disappoint me, and I will remember you forever. Drask lowered himself to one knee as the ship entered hell, not in humility, never that, in promise. The gilded wound hung in the void like an injury that refused to heal. It orbited a dead moon split from pole to pole, the wound in its crust glowing with inner violet fire. The moon had no name that mattered. Whatever its charted designation had been in the dead ledgers of the Imperium, it had been scraped away beneath centuries of blasphemy, bombardment, and ritual desecration. Its broken hemispheres turned slowly around a core of exposed mineral strata and warp-lit glass, making it resemble a skull cracked open by a god's careless hand. Around it gathered the sons of Fulgrim. The Void anchorage had once been an Imperial naval bastion, built to service patrol fleets during some forgotten crusade into the dark between subsectors. Its docking arms were still there, though they had been elongated with growths of brass, bone, and living metal. Its macro harbour rings were webbed with chains thicker than habblocks. Its shrine spires had been remade into towers of mirrored black stone. Its old defence turrets still tracked movement in the void, but the gun spirits within them had learned new hungers and fired only when amused, offended, or sung to by the proper choir. The vain rapture entered formation without asking leave. No ship of the Third Legion asked leave. Permission was a language for serfs, supplicants, and corpse worshippers. Savel Drask stood within the command sanctum as the anchorage filled the great oculus before him. The viewing glass was veined with stress fractures that pulsed faintly with witchlight. Reflected in it, he saw himself standing taller than the mortal officers at their stations, taller than the hunched Dark Mechanicum adepts wired into the navigation choir, taller even than several of his own warriors. His armor gleamed beneath the low lumen glow, pink and black and gold, every surface polished until the blood of old battles seemed trapped beneath the lacquer like insects in amber. Beyond the oculus, warships gathered in numbers that would have shaken the sanity from any loyal Imperial admiral. There were not merely ships. There were processions of sin and hunger-given engines. Tens of thousands of mortal cult vessels clung to the anchorage's outer patterns, ugly and numerous, their hulls daubed with sigils, prayers, handprints, and the ash of burned worlds. Slave transports drifted beside them, swollen with press-ganged bodies packed into lightless holds, where hunger, fear, and combat narcotics were already doing the work of discipline. Corrupted merchant haulers trailed gas and frozen corpses from wounds in their plating. Heretic troop arcs lumbered like diseased whales, each one bearing millions of desperate mortals who believed they had been chosen for glory rather than selected for expenditure. Among them moved the true predators. Astartes vessels slid through the mass like blades through a crowd. Strike cruisers, murder barges, ancient warships from the days before the heresy's embers had cooled. Some were proud in silhouette, still bearing the arrogant lines of imperial shipwrights, though every aquila had been defaced and every devotional scroll replaced by oaths to excess. Others had become things that no longer obeyed the eye's understanding of engineering. Towers grew from their spines, cathedrals hung beneath their keels, weapon ports opened and closed like breathing mouths. Each claimed to bear the truest sons of the Phoenician. Each lied. "Magnificent," said Mayavol from behind him, his voice filtering through his helm as a layered harmonic purr. "A court of knives wrapped in silk, Drask did not turn. A court of beggars wearing stolen gold. Gold is always stolen, Lord Exultant. It merely becomes noble once held long enough. That is the reasoning of a thief. That is the reasoning of history. Drask let the silence sharpen. The vain rapture shuddered as docking talons from the gilded wound latched onto its hull. The ship's machine spirits snarled through the deck, resentful at being gripped by another corrupted intelligence. In the command pits below, mortal helmsmen bled from their noses as the anchorage's machine cant crawled into the vessel's systems. One serf began to scream a hymn backwards until an overseer caved in his jaw with a shock maul. Drask watched the dead moon turn. "Summon Ven," he said. "He is already waiting," Vol replied. "Of course he is." Apothecary Malchior Ven never seemed to arrive anywhere. He manifested in the way sickness manifested, first noticed only once it had already entered the blood. He stood at the edge of the command sanctum, tall and slender for one of the Emperor's children, his armor white beneath centuries of stains that no solvent could remove. It had once been the color of apothecarian purity. Now it was ivory, yellowed bone, arterial red, and chemical black. His left gauntlet bore an arthesium fitted with surgical claws, injector needles, rotary bone saws, quarter coils, and gene seed extraction blades that clicked softly even when idle. Vials of stimulant and toxin hung across his chest in glass vials. At his belt were jars of failed organs suspended in preservative fluid, each labelled in a neat hand, each one still twitching when the light struck it. His helm was mag-locked to his hip. His face was narrow, pale, and calm. Too calm. The calm of a man who saw no distinction between battlefield and operating slab, brother and specimen, victory and dissection. "You called," Ven said. "I commanded." Ven inclined his head by the smallest degree that could still be mistaken for respect. "Then I obeyed before the command was completed." Vol laughed softly. Drask turned from the oculus at last. "The council gathers." "Yes," Ven said. "And so the Legion displays its oldest wound. Division. Vanity," said Ven. "Division is merely vanity with insufficient resources." Drask studied him. "Speak plainly." "The sons of Fulgrim have spent 10,000 years perfecting themselves into fragments, warbands, cults, dueling circles, choirs, pirate courts, apothecarian cabals, blade lodges, each one declaring itself the unbroken truth of the Third Legion, while surviving on stolen ammunition, cannibalized armor, corrupted gene seed, unstable slaves, and half-mad ships that should have died before the scouring ended." Foal tilted his helm. "Careful, flesh sculptor. You make us sound impoverished." "We are impoverished," Ven said. "Not in splendor, in continuity." Drask's eyes narrowed. "Fulgrim has returned." "Fulgrim's return is revelation," Ven said. "It is not logistics." For that, Drask nearly struck him. The apothecary continued, unhurried. "A legion cannot be rebuilt by pride alone. We require gene seed, armor, ships, stable ammunition lines, slaves in numbers beyond ceremonial waste, forge access, fuel, apothecarian vaults, navigators not yet hollowed by indulgence, astropaths who survive longer than a single scream, mortal armies enough to die in the billions before an Astarte's boot touches a defended trench." "Crucible," Drask said. "Yes, a bastion world is not merely a target. It is a granary of war. Its manufactoria, its orbital plates, its void docks, its population, its regimental tithes, its corpse vats, its armories, taken intact where useful, broken where beautiful, harvested where necessary." Vol's resonators hummed with interest. "So the Father summons us to feast." Ven looked at him. "He summons us to inventory." That made Drask laugh. The sound was low, controlled, and entirely without warmth. The passage to the council chamber ran through the anchorage's inner spine. Drask walked it flanked by his tormentors, Vol and his chosen choir following several paces behind, Ven gliding beside them like a blade in a surgeon's hand. Mortal attendants scattered before the procession. Those who moved too slowly were kicked aside or crushed beneath armored boots. One robed cult priest prostrated himself so deeply that his forehead split on the deck plating. Drask did not look down as he stepped over him. The Gilded Wound's interior had been prepared for reunion and murder. Its galleries were hung with banners from 1,000 warbands. Some bore the old Palatine Aquila defiled by serpents and hooks. Some showed the icons of dueling houses, sonic cults, flesh ateliers, raider brotherhoods, and demon-bound courts. Statues of imperial saints had been inverted and remade into screaming heralds of the Dark Prince. Servo skulls drifted overhead, carrying censers of narcotic incense. The air tasted of ozone, perfume, blood, and the metallic bitterness of weapons primed beneath cloaks. The council chamber itself was an amphitheatre carved into the anchorage's heart. Its floor was polished obsidian veined with light from the dead moon below. A hololithic projection of crucible rotated above the center dais, immense and cold, a world rendered in tactical clarity. Fortress hives glittered as red sigils. Orbital defense plates formed a crown of guns. Macro cannon bastions marked the equatorial belts. Void shield networks shimmered as concentric ghosts. Trench continents scarred the ash plains. Manufactoria burned in amber grids. Shrine citadels shone white, devoted to the corpse god and therefore already condemned. No one knelt, not to one another, not here. The assembled lords exultant, lords cacophonist, warband masters, blade princes, demon captains, and gene thieves stood in rising tiers with their bodyguards behind them. Every warrior was a masterpiece of arrogance and decay. They bowed to rivals with exquisite courtesy while their hands rested near sword hilts. They exchanged compliments like venom-tipped needles. Every smile concealed a kill pattern. Every laugh was a challenge, waiting for proper music. "Lord Drask," called one of them as he entered, voice smooth through a helm of mirrored silver. "The vain rapture survives. I had feared the rift had swallowed you." Drask looked toward the speaker. Lord Exultant Ravor Sill, master of the perfumed blade, stood with one hand resting upon a sheathed bliss blade. His armor was violet, white and gold, its plates sculpted to resemble idealized musculature. His faceplate was open, revealing a handsome face made hideous by too much surgical symmetry. "The rift has taste," Drask said. "It does not swallow refuse." Soft laughter moved through the chamber. Raver placed a hand to his breastplate. "Cruel, precise, almost worthy of your reputation. Your praise arrives thinly armed, and your reputation arrives before your victories." The laughter ceased. Vol's choir shifted. Drask's tormentors did the same. Across the chamber, Raver's bodyguards touched blades and sidearms. No one drew. That would have been vulgar. The Third Legion understood that slaughter, to possess meaning, required a proper threshold. A figure at the central dais raised one gauntlet, and the hololith of Crucible expanded. "Enough perfume," said Lord Strategos Call Therix, whose warband had provided the anchorage's current command protocols. "The Phoenician has named the world. We will discuss the breaking of it." "Discuss," murmured Vol. "How impoverished." The strategic augurs cast lines of light through the air. Crucible's outer system appeared around the planet, ringed with minefields, listening stations, lunar batteries, and naval pickets. The world guarded a subsector route near the bleeding edges of Imperial control, a hardpoint through which men, munitions, and faith moved toward failing fronts. To take it would be to cut a vein. To ruin it would be to make the Imperium feel the wound. Therix gestured, and the projection plunged toward the surface. Orbital plates, layered void shields, macro cannon bastions here, and here. Fortress hives along the Iron Meridian, trenchworks across the ash hemispheres, manufactoria buried beneath shielded hive roots, shrine citadels within the inner bastion network. Estimated defenders number in the billions. Astra Militarum, planetary defense forces, naval armsmen, Skitari cohorts, Ministorum militias, penal formations, and at least one loyalist Astartes strike force. At that, the chamber stirred. "Chapter?" Drask asked. "Unconfirmed." "Find out." Therix's helm turned toward him. "All things in time. Time is what lesser warriors request when they lack accuracy." Ravor smiled. "Perhaps Lord Drask intends to win the war alone. I intend to win the parts of it that matter." "And which parts are those?" "The parts witnessed by Fulgrim." The name entered the chamber like a blade drawn in a chapel. For a moment, no one spoke. Then strategy resumed, crueler for the silence. The Tormentors would conduct fast-ranged assaults, exploiting breaches with bolter volleys, plasma fire, and mobile kill teams deployed from rhinos under smoke and sonic disruption. The Infractors would break trench lines, storming through wire, mines, and gunfire in close assault, armor slick with the blood of men who thought walls could save them. Noise Marines would rupture command networks, shatter Vox discipline, detonate ammunition through resonance, and turn prayer broadcasts into channels of panic. Flawless blades would hunt elite defenders, officers, champions, Astartes sergeants, Mechanicus Magii, and any warrior whose death might serve as spectacle. Mortal cult hordes would go first, as they always did, drowning minefields and gun lines under bodies, detonating traps with feet, hands, torsos, and blind devotion. Ven watched the hololith with the expression of a butcher considering the weight of livestock. "The corpse vats are extensive," he said quietly to Drask. "If taken before total reactor compromise, they can feed the mortal armies for months. The manufactoria patterns suggest standard last cell production, vehicle assembly, shell works, and perhaps gene storage attached to the loyalist presence." "Gene seed," Drask said. "Possibly, if loyalist dead can be secured before their apothecaries burn the remains." "Then secure them. I will require protection in the thickest fighting." "You will have corpses." "That is not the same thing." "It is when arranged correctly." Ven's thin mouth twitched. It might have been amusement. Ravor descended from his tier as the council's arguments sharpened. He moved with languid grace, his cloak whispering over the obsidian. "Lord Drask," he called not loudly, yet all heard him. "A question." Drask turned. "Do you truly claim the Phoenicians' favor because your mirrors whispered to you? Many of us heard his summons. Some of us understood it without mistaking terror for intimacy." Drask's tormentors went still. Vol's resonators hummed. Ven sighed, almost inaudibly, as though bored by the predictability of pride. Drask stepped down to the central floor. "You are asking to bleed. I am asking whether you bleed exquisitely enough to command others." Ravor drew his bliss blade. The weapon made no sound as it left the sheath. Its edge shimmered with unnatural color, promising pain refined beyond utility. Drask drew exquisite ruin, its power field growling to life in a line of blue-white murder. No herald announced the duel. No signal began it. They moved. Ravor was fast, as all true sons of the Third Legion were fast. His first cut would have opened a mortal from collarbone to pelvis before the man knew battle had begun. Drask turned it aside, sparks spraying between power field and cursed edge. Ravor flowed into a second attack, then a third, each strike elegant, each meant to wound rather than kill, to write superiority into Drask's armor one line at a time. Drask gave ground for 3 heartbeats, then he stopped indulging him. His riposte smashed Ravor's guard wide. The second stroke carved through the violet plate over the rival lord's ribs, splitting ceramite and the meat beneath. Enhanced blood steamed on the obsidian floor. Ravor laughed, delighted by pain, and came in low blissblade kissing across Drask's thigh plate, scraping black lacquer from gold trim. Drask headbutted him. The blow cracked Ravor's open faceplate and broke his nose flat across his surgically perfect face. Blood poured over his lips. He staggered half a step. Drask cut through his sword wrist, not severing it, merely opening the tendons and armor cabling so the bliss blade dipped. Ravor tried to recover. Drask drove his knee into the wound in his side. Ceramite buckled, ribs snapped. The rival lord's breath left him in a wet bark. Drask caught him by the throat and hurled him down onto the obsidian hard enough to fracture the floor. The chamber watched. Ravor reached for his fallen blade. Drask placed his boot on the warrior's forearm and pressed until the armor split. Bone cracked within the gauntlet. Ravor hissed through bloody teeth, hatred and pleasure mingling in his eyes. "Kill me, then," Ravor spat. Drask knelt beside him. "Imperfection," he said softly, "should be witnessed." He tore Ravor's helm assembly free with one hand. Cables snapped. Flesh plugs ripped loose from the warrior's scalp and neck, bringing strings of blood and nerve tissue with them. Ravor gasped, exposed before the council, his perfect face broken, his blood running into one eye. Drask looked to Maerf Hall. The cacophonist bowed. His choir raised their weapons. The sound struck Ravor's head and did not pass through it so much as unfold it. His skull burst in a red mist, bone fragments and liquefied brains spraying across Drask's gauntlet, the obsidian floor, and the nearest watching lords. The body convulsed, still armoured, still magnificent in every way that no longer mattered. Silence followed. Drask rose, blood steaming on his armour. "Now," he said, "we may continue." The council did. No one mentioned Ravor again. The hololith of Crucible turned above them, serene and doomed. Plans multiplied. Kill routes formed. Casualty projections bloomed in crimson. Mortal lives were counted in billions and dismissed in moments. Astartes deployments were argued over with the venom of artists disputing brushstrokes. Supply rights became threats. Assault honors became accusations. Every warband demanded the most glorious breach, the richest slaughter, the purest chance to be seen by the father they worshipped, feared, resented, and adored. Then the light changed. It did not come from the hololith. It did not come from the anchorage. It did not come from the sundered moon below. Something vast moved beyond reality. A shadow fell across the dead moon. The broken sphere vanished beneath it, not eclipsed by any ship, not hidden by any body of matter, but covered by a presence so immense that the void itself seemed to lower its gaze. Across the council chamber, armor systems shrieked warnings. Autosensors failed. Demon wards ignited and burned out. Mortal attendants dropped dead where they stood, their hearts bursting from ecstasy or terror, perhaps both. Drask felt his knees bend. He hated that they did. Every Emperor's Children warrior in the chamber dropped to one knee. Lords exultant, lords cacophonist, flawless blades, tormentors, gene butchers, duelists, murderers, kings of stolen worlds and captains of damned ships. None knelt from loyalty, not truly. Their bodies betrayed them. Their gene seed remembered. Their souls, what remained of them, arched toward the shadow like wounds opening to a blade. Drask stared at the floor, one fist clenched in Ravor's blood. From everywhere and nowhere came the sense of a smile. Fulgrim did not appear. He did not need to. The shadow over the moon was enough. Crucible had been built to endure the end of worlds. Its mountains were not mountains. They were bastions, plated in adamantium and ferrocrete, riddled with macro cannon galleries and missile silos, crowned by shrine spires that scraped the lower cloud banks with iron fingers. Its cities were not cities. They were weaponized hive fortresses, layered with gun decks, barrack vaults, void shield generators, ammunition cathedrals, medici charnel houses, corpse processing plants, manufactorum organs, and kill corridors measured not by distance, but by how many bodies could be stacked in them before the defenders lost line of sight. Crucible had survived orc invasions that left continents green with spores and black with promethium ash. It had endured Xenos raids from the cold dark between systems. It had smothered its own rebellions under tank treads and sanctioned flame. It had burned cults, drowned mutants in sump acid, executed governors, buried saints, and fed generations of men into the furnace of imperial necessity. It was a world made of guns, prayers, and graves. Lord General Marius Heth stood in the strategium of St. Viridian's anvil and watched his world prepare to die. He was old by the standards of the Astra Militarum, though no one had ever been foolish enough to call him frail. His face was a ruin of scars, deep fatigue, and surgical staples. His left eye was augmetic, a dull red lens set into bruised flesh. The right was human, yellowed by age and sleeplessness. He wore a stormcoat of black leather over carapace plate, its collar stiff with rank pins, purity tags, and the ash of incense that had burned in too many command chapels. A saber hung at his hip, more symbol than weapon, though he had used it to open traitors from groin to throat in his younger years and still kept the edge serviceable. Before him, the hololithic sphere of crucible turned in cold blue light. Red wound runes spread across its surface. Ammunition ration decree, signed. Withdrawal denial, signed. Mass conscription writ for the Underhive districts, signed. Execution order for the 17th Ashen, Rifles, signed. Execution order for the command staff of the 17th Ashen Rifles, countersigned. Evacuation request from Hive Dornax, denied. Evacuation request from Shrine Citadel Karos, denied. Evacuation request from the civilian agrivolts beneath the Iron Meridian, denied with prejudice. Heth did not flinch. His stylus moved over the slate with the steady rhythm of a man feeding rounds into a heavy bolter. Each signature killed men he would never see. Each denial condemned entire bloodlines to ash, starvation, shellfire, or worse. He had learned long ago that pity was merely another name for inefficient murder. A Vox officer stood nearby, blood crusted beneath his nose from too many hours beneath the pressure of command traffic. "My Lord General," the officer said. "Orbital Plate Bastion Omega reports all macro cannon batteries loaded and consecrated. Void shield crews at the equatorial lattice are awake and at station. Navy armsmen deployed across the docking spines. Penal battalions chained into the outer trenchworks. Skitari cohorts have assumed control of manufacturum defense grids." Heth nodded once. "Artillery, Basilisk, Manticore, Medusa, and Deathstrike assets are dispersed across the Ash hemispheres. Lehman Russ companies holding in reserve behind the 3rd trench belt. Baneblade command engines are moving under blackout protocol. Corpse processing?" The officer hesitated. Heth turned his augmetic eye upon him. "Speak." "Corpse vats are operating above sanctioned capacity. The Munitorum estimates ration extension of 6 months if civilian intake is maintained. If? The Ecclesiarchy objects to immediate processing of Shrine District casualties without last rites." Heth signed another slate. "The dead have served. Process them." A confessor in iron-threaded robes looked up from the prayer rail nearby, his shaved scalp marked with fresh cuts in the shape of the Aquila. "The souls of the faithful must be commended to him on Terra. Their flesh must be commended to the living," Heth said. "Conduct rites over the vats." The confessor's jaw tightened. "As the throne wills. As survival requires." Around them, Crucible's war machine roared through the Voxnet. Infantry regiments reported muster strength in the millions. Artillery priests chanted shell litanies over stacked mountains of ordnance. Tank commanders recited kill prayers, while engine seers anointed battle cannon breeches with sacred oils. Servitor ammunition chains clanked through subterranean galleries, dragging shells the size of hab cells toward macro lifts. Penal legionnaires were beaten into position by commissars and shock proctors. Astropathic choirs screamed in sealed chambers, their eyes boiling in their skulls as they burned themselves hollow to hurl warnings across the warp. A phrase repeated across every sanctioned channel, steady as a funeral drum. "Hold for Terra. Hold for him on the throne. Hold until relieved or dead." It was faith. It was doctrine. It was a death sentence made rhythmic enough for frightened men to obey. The chamber shook as another fortress battery test-fired across the northern horizon. Dust fell from the ceiling in grey veils. Far below, in the labyrinthine depths of the anvil, millions of boots moved through muster tunnels. Men coughed behind rebreathers. Officers shouted. Priests screamed blessings. Machines answered in Binharic cant. Somewhere beneath all of it, Crucible's reactors burned like caged suns. "Lord General," said the Vox officer, voice changing as new data arrived. Astartes transponder entering high orbit. Loyal code confirmed. Sons of the Gorgon. The strategium changed without moving. Men stood straighter. Priests lowered their voices. Even the servitors seemed to pause between tasks. Heth looked to the hololith. A blade of cold light descended through the orbital grid. The Space Marines did not arrive like reinforcements. They arrived like judgment. Their strike cruiser cut through Crucible's defense corridor with no ceremony beyond correct codes and threat geometry. Its hull was black and iron, brutal in line, devoid of ornament except the sigil of a Gorgon's skull rendered in gunmetal and white. It did not ask for escort. It accepted targeting locks from the orbital plates and ignored them with the contempt of transhuman warriors accustomed to mortal fear. Drop. Craft burned through the atmosphere minutes later. They landed within the inner fortress ring of St. Veridian's anvil, descending on columns of fire. Their ramps fell before the engines cooled, and the sons of the Gorgon marched into Crucible's polluted dawn, with bolters locked across their breastplates. They wore armor of black iron and dull silver, battle-scarred, austere, and mercilessly functional. Bionics gleamed beneath helm seals and at exposed joints. Their eye lenses burned cold white. They did not look left or right at the assembled honor guard, the priests, the banners, the kneeling soldiers, or the dead already being carted away from nearby medici stations. Brother Captain Deimos Kor came last. He was broad even among Astartes, his mark plate reinforced with augmetic bracing and layers of additional ceramite. One arm was wholly mechanical from shoulder to fingertip, a masterwork of black iron and adamantium pistons. A thunder hammer hung mag-locked across his back. His helm was bare of plume or trophy. Its faceplate resembled an executioner's mask. Heth met him on the landing causeway beneath a sky the colour of old bruises. The Lord General did not bow. He saluted. Kor returned the gesture with the minimum motion required by honour. "Brother Captain," Heth said, "Crucible receives the sons of the Gorgon with gratitude." "Gratitude is irrelevant," Kor said. His voice was a harsh metallic growl through the grill of his helm. "We are here because the enemy approaches." "Do you know which enemy?" Kor looked toward the horizon, where fortress hives rose like black teeth. "The Third Legion." A silence followed. Even the wind seemed to recoil from the words. Heth had heard of them, as every officer had heard of the traitor legions, not through truth. Truth was rationed more strictly than ammunition. He knew them through sealed briefings, half-burned accounts, doctrinal warnings, and the ravings of men who had survived what survival should have denied them. Emperors' children, the Phoenicians' sons, perfection curdled into excess, warriors who made slaughter into vanity and pain into worship. Kor continued, "Our lineage remembers them." Heth knew enough to understand what remained unspoken. Ferrus Manus, Istvan, Fulgrim, the old wound of the heresy, still bleeding after 10,000 years. "You believe their Primarch leads them?" Heth asked. "I believe nothing. I assess probability. The astropathic distortions, cult activity, and fleet spore indicate a major mustering. If Fulgrim has returned to direct his sons, this world is already lost in all strategic civilian projections." The words were flat, not cruel in tone. Cruel because they had no need to be sharpened. Heth's human eye narrowed. "There are billions of civilians inside these walls." "Yes, you dismiss them quickly. They are already dead in the calculus that matters." The officers behind Heth stiffened. One priest whispered a prayer through clenched teeth. Heth studied the Space Marine. "Then what do you intend to defend?" "The fortress geometry, the void shield nexus, the macrocannon bastions, the reactor sanctums, the orbital command uplinks, the kill zones that delay the enemy and increase the cost of approach." "And the population?" "Bodies obstruct movement. Panic corrupts command. Civilians will be sealed where useful, driven where necessary, and abandoned when detrimental. Heth almost smiled, not from amusement, from recognition. Cold doctrine, brother captain. Correct doctrine. Your chapter has a reputation. Kor turned his white lenses upon him. Your world requires defenders, not comforters. Then you have come to the right world. They walked together through the anvil's inner approaches. Kor's warriors moved ahead, already mapping fields of fire through helm-linked auspex. Tech Marines conversed with Crucible's engine seers in burst transmissions of Binharic impatience. Servitors dragged melter charges into side corridors. Murder servitors were awakened from coffin racks, their weapon limbs twitching as combat protocols flooded dead meat and old machinery. Lascanon teams were repositioned according to Astartes' sightlines. Grav mines were embedded beneath false floor plates. Melter traps were sanctified, armed, and hidden behind devotional mosaics of imperial martyrs. Kill corridors were stripped of decoration and painted with range marks. Kor paused at the Ferrum Gate, a vast armoured portal leading into the primary bastion throat. Too wide, he said. Heth looked at the gate. It was built for Baneblade passage. It will permit enemy armour to enter in strength. It is shielded by 3 Lascanon galleries and overlapping heavy bolter nests. Insufficient. Kor pointed with his mechanical hand. Collapse the lateral arches. Narrow the approach. Place dead tanks here and here as barricades. Rig the ceiling with shaped charges. Lay grav mines beneath the devotional tiles. Remove the statues. They provide cover. A nearby confessor recoiled. Those are saints of the anvil. Kor did not look at him. Then they will continue service as rubble. Heth gave the order. The first signs of corruption came before the enemy fleet. They began in the underhive hab blocks beneath Hive Malcorn, where corpse workers returning from shift found a musician playing alone in a flooded transit station. He had no instrument anyone could name. It was built from wire, bone, and polished fragments of shell casing. Men stopped to listen. Then they began to cry. Then they began to claw at their ears, first with fingers, then with knives, then with broken teeth when their hands were restrained. By the time enforcers arrived, the platform was carpeted with blood and torn cartilage, and the musician's head had split open from the inside, still smiling. In the Manufacturum district of Hive Dornax, servitors on an ammunition line began repeating a name in machine code. Fulgrim. The overseer Magos ordered immediate scrap cleansing. The servitors continued chanting while being disassembled. Their severed vox cords clicked the syllables from the disposal furnace until heat reduced them to slag. In Barracks Vault Karan, 5,000 infantrymen of the 900th Crucible line woke from sanctioned rest cycle to find their armour polished to mirror brightness. Their bayonets had been arranged in spirals. Their squadmates from the adjacent dormitory had been dismembered and posed across the ceiling beams in obscene victory tableau, skin stretched between bunks like banners, entrails looped around lumen fixtures, eyes placed in neat rows upon ammunition crates. No alarm had sounded. No sentry had seen movement. One survivor laughed himself to death before interrogation could begin. Heth read the reports in silence. The command staff waited. Outside the strategium, the Voxnet repeated its prayer. Hold for terror. Hold for him on the throne. Hold until relieved or dead. Heth placed the slate down. Seal Hive Malcorn's lower districts. Prometheum purge from level black to level ash. A colonel swallowed. My lord, estimated population within the affected zone exceeds 12 million. Correct. The loyal population will die with the corrupted. The loyal population is compromised by proximity. Another officer said nothing, but his face had gone pale. Heth looked at him. Speak, or stop breathing so others may use the air. The officer forced the words out. Hive Dornax Manufactorum output will suffer if we purge the servitor lines. Artillery strike the infected blocks. Preserve the shell works if possible. If impossible, preserve nothing. And Barracks Vault Karan? Sealed hab suffocation. No survivors removed, no bodies recovered. Burn the oxygen. Flood the vents with ash gas. Bless the doors after the screaming stops. The confessor at the rail began chanting louder. Heath signed the orders. Across 3 hive districts, sirens began to howl. Promethium rolled through underhive tunnels in rivers of fire, turning men into black shapes that ran, stumbled, fused together, and collapsed in heaps of burning fat. Artillery shells fell on manufacturing blocks still filled with labourers and gun servitors, bursting assembly lines into clouds of metal fragments, wet meat, and sacred machine oil. Hab seals slammed shut on barracks where thousands of soldiers hammered at the doors until their fingernails tore free and their lungs filled with poison. Millions died before the Emperor's children fired a shot. The Imperium had always understood war. It killed its own faster than the enemy could corrupt them. Brother Captain Kor watched the purge reports from the Anvil's command nave. He gave no condemnation, no approval, only assessment. Effective, he said. Heth looked at him, his old face grey in the hololithic light. You would have done the same. No. Heth's eye hardened. Kor continued. I would have done it sooner. There was no more talk of civilians after that. St. Veridion's anvil became a machine for killing space marines. The sons of the Gorgons stripped mercy from its architecture. Corridors became overlapping fields of Lascanan fire. Stairwells were mined. Chapel doors were reinforced, not to save worshippers, but to channel attackers into crossfire. Mediki wards were relocated below ammunition vaults because wounded men mattered less than shells. Servitor gun nests were welded into walls. Bulkheads were rigged to crush anything larger than mortal infantry. Oil-slick murder holes were filled with promethium. Grav mines slept beneath devotional tiles. Every approach to the inner sanctum was measured, marked, and prepared for transhuman slaughter. Kor stood before his assembled strike force in the fortress heart. Enemy capabilities exceed mortal response in close quarters, he said. Deny them speed, deny them flourish, deny them the duel. Target joints, helm seals, backpacks, and weapon feeds. Confirm kills with secondary fire. Recover gene seed only if tactically permissible. If surrounded, overload war gear. If captured, die before interrogation. The flesh is weakness. The weakness will be punished. His warriors answered as one. The flesh is weakness. Heth heard them from the strategium above and wondered, not for the first time, whether mankind had created angels or simply more efficient executioners. Then, the sky changed colour. It began at the horizon, a violet bruise spreading across the polluted cloud decks. The sun dimmed behind it. Vox static crawled through every channel. Lumen strips flickered in barracks, trenchworks, orbital stations, and prayer vaults. The oceans of Crucible began to vibrate, vast black surfaces trembling as if something beneath them had started to sing. In orbit, Auspex officers stared at their displays until the returns multiplied beyond sanity. Thousands of inbound signatures, then tens of thousands. Then the long-range arrays drowned in false harmonics, ghost contacts, screen bursts, and impossible telemetry. The first enemy transmission reached Crucible's orbital defense net. It was not a demand for surrender. It was not a threat. It was a single perfect note. On every deck, in every trench, beneath every hive and shrine, men stopped breathing to hear it. The invasion of Crucible began without formation, without mercy, and without the crude honesty of a straight advance. Captain Odrin Vale had served the Imperial Navy for 47 years, and in that time he had seen Orc attack moons come howling through minefields, raider squadrons bleed themselves white against convoy guns, and renegade flotillas break apart under disciplined lance fire. He knew how enemies moved when they feared death. He knew how enemies moved when they believed themselves blessed. He knew the difference between courage, madness, and poor command. The fleet descending on Crucible was none of those things. It danced. Vale stood on the command deck of the orbital monitor Duty of Iron with one hand locked around the brass rail before his command throne. The Monitor was an old vessel, ugly and sacred, built less for movement than endurance. Its engines could reposition it across a defensive grid, but its true purpose was to sit in high orbit like a fortress brick and vomit macro cannon shells into anything arrogant enough to enter range. Its hull was layered with void shield projectors, flak turrets, torpedo tubes, lance nodes, and shrine alcoves where gun crews prayed between loading cycles. Around him, the bridge crew worked beneath red lumen glow. Men hunched over Auspex banks and cogitator shrines. Servo skulls drifted through incense haze carrying data slates and spent injector cartridges. Vox officers repeated targeting orders until their throats cracked. Naval armsmen waited at the blast doors with shot cannons, boarding shields, and the stiff fear of men who knew that void war often became knife work without warning. The enemy fleet refused to behave like a fleet. Its vessels surged forward, then recoiled. They split, folded, crossed vectors, accelerated when they should have braked, and allowed captured civilian hulks to drift ahead of them like offerings. Those slave vessels came first. Merchant haulers, pilgrim transports, refinery barges, hab caravans, prison ships. Some still broadcast Imperial recognition codes, though their hulls had been painted in bright obscene colours and hung with chains of bodies. Through magnified pict feeds, Vale saw faces packed against viewing ports, men beating their fists against glass, men already dead and wired upright to look alive, men with vox casters bolted into their mouths, screaming prayers that had been rearranged into blasphemy. "Do not answer their hails," Vale said. His first officer, Commander Garrus, nodded sharply. "All batteries await your word." Vale watched the slave ships drift into the outer engagement zone. Beyond them, the real predators glided in the dark. Strike cruisers of the traitor legions, slender raider vessels with gilded prows, warships that bled violet fire from their engine stacks. Some rolled as they advanced, exposing fresh batteries for every firing angle. Others vanished in Auspex distortion, then reappeared behind the corpse hulks they used as shields. Their movement was not efficient in any Navy doctrinal sense. It was theatrical. It was bait. "Macro batteries," Vale said. "Open fire." Duty of Iron answered with thunder. The entire Monitor shook as its forward gun decks discharged. Vast shells roared into the void, trailing sanctified plasma wakes and prayer-encoded guidance pulses. Across Crucible's orbital network, other monitors and defense plates followed. The first wave of civilian hulks vanished beneath disciplined Imperial fire. One transport folded inward as its reactor died, spilling thousands of bodies into space in a glittering cloud. Another burst open from prow to stern, its compartments vomiting flame, frozen men, and shreds of chapel banners into the dark. A Pilgrim arc took 3 macro cannon strikes before breaking apart, and its final transmission was a choir of men burning alive while reciting the Emperor's name through torn throats. The bridge crew cheered. Vale did not. The enemy had not fired back. "Track their second line," he said. "Auspex returns degrading," called a sensor officer. "Multiple false echoes. Range solutions unstable." Garrus leaned over the command pit. "From the debris?" "No, Lord Commander. Harmonic interference. It is in the Vox bands. The auger returns. The cogitator timing rights. Machine spirits are rejecting the inputs." Vale felt cold settle behind his eyes. The slave ships had not been shields. Not merely. They had been measuring rods made of meat. The enemy had forced Crucible's orbital guns to speak first. Every macro cannon flare, every lance alignment, every reload delay, every void shield flicker had been witnessed and devoured by the attackers. The screaming hulks had died to reveal the rhythm of the defense grid. "Recalculate all firing cycles," Vale snapped. "Shift batteries to irregular cadence. Cut fleet-wide synchrony. Independent command authority to all monitors." The Vox officer turned pale. "Captain, Fleet Command has not authorized severance. Fleet Command is being listened to. Cut synchrony." Before the order could fully propagate, the enemy answered. Not with lances, not with torpedoes, with music. Far from duty of iron, within the cathedral chamber of the warship Dirge of Velvet Ash, Lord Cacophonist Mar Vol raised his arms before an altar of amplifiers, nerve harps, demon-bound vox organs, and chained psychers whose heads were crowned with copper nails. The chamber had once been a chapel to the Emperor. Its statues had been reshaped into open mouths. Its pillars were wrapped in flayed skin, cured so thin that sound passed through it like light through stained glass. Vol stood at the center of it, immense in resonator-studded plate. Around him, his noise marines waited in devotional stillness, their sonic blasters cradled like sacred instruments. The chained psychers jerked in their restraints as the first Imperial firing patterns flowed into the chamber through stolen vox traffic and warp-fed auger ghosts. Vol listened. He heard the macro cannon recoil as percussion, the lance capacitors as rising strings, the screams from the dying slave ships as choral texture. He heard the fear in Imperial commands, hidden beneath discipline and oath. He heard the shape of their obedience. Too rigid, he murmured. A psycher's skull split along the brow, spilling light and blood down his face. Vol touched one talon to the nerve harp before him. The instrument had been strung with the spinal cords of astropaths and the vocal ligaments of confessors. It shivered under his touch. Let us improve them. The sonic assault rolled into the orbital grid. Aboard Duty of Iron, every vox channel screamed in different voices. Some spoke in High Gothic, some in Binharic cant, some in the voices of dead relatives, dead officers, dead saints. Auspex screens bloomed with impossible ranges. Torpedoes appeared where there were none. Ships seemed closer than they were, then farther, then inside the station's own shield envelope. Cogitators began to print firing solutions that pointed toward Allied defense plates. Machine spirits are in distress, shouted a tech adept, blood leaking from his augmetic earports. Data corruption exceeds tolerable sanctified bounds. Purge the feed. Purge rites underway. A bridge serf began laughing. He looked into the tactical hololith and tore out his own tongue with both hands. Vale drew his last pistol and shot him through the head without looking away from the display. Steady, he said. All stations steady. The Emperor sees us. The first boarding craft struck 3 minutes later. They came through the interference like thrown knives. Assault claws, dreadclaw craft, boarding torpedoes, and corrupted breacher pods punched into the outer stations of Crucible's defense ring. Some were blown apart by flak. Some burned through void shields and died against armor plating. Others struck home. Their adamantium teeth drilled into hulls. Mag clamps locked. Charges detonated. On Duty of Iron, the first impact hit the starboard munitions spine. The deck lurched hard enough to throw men from their stations. Warning runes ignited across the command display. Boarding breach, Garrus shouted. Starboard spine, ammunition levels, near Battery Shrine 4. Seal it. Bulkheads closing. Armsmen to contain. The first armsman died before the bulkheads finished moving. The infractor that emerged from the smoke wore armor the color of fresh bruises and polished gold. His helm was sculpted into a beautiful screaming face. He came through decompression mist with a bolter in one hand and a chain blade in the other, moving too fast for mortal sight to follow. The Navy squad at the corridor junction fired as trained. Shot cannon blasts hammered his breastplate. Lasfire sparked across his pauldron. A grenade detonated at his feet. He kept coming. His bolter spoke once. The first armsman's torso burst open, ribs and organs blown across the wall behind him. It spoke again. A second man lost everything above the waist in a wet detonation. The infractor's chain blade came down and opened another defender from hip to throat, spilling intestines in a steaming rope onto the deck. A boarding shield slammed into him. He caught it, wrenched it aside, and crushed the man behind it with one armored fist, driving the helmet inward until brain matter leaked through the visor seam. The squad died in seconds. Their vox feed carried the sounds back to the bridge. Gunfire, screaming, chain teeth through bone. the heavy, delighted breathing of something transhuman. Vale listened to it and felt hatred clarify him. Detonate Shrine 4 ammunition reserve. Garrus stared. Captain, armsmen are still engaging. They are dead. They have not accepted it yet. The order went through. Deep in the starboard spine, an ammunition vault became a sun. The blast ripped through 2 corridors, killed 87 loyal men, and tore the infractor apart from behind. His limbs separated, his backpack ruptured. His helm rolled burning across the deck, still laughing through a broken Vox grill, until a second explosion silenced it. The Imperials cheered again. This time Vale allowed it for one breath. Then more breach runes appeared. Across the defense grid, the same horror unfolded in 100 stations. Emperor's children. Tormentors and infractors burst through hulls, vents, magazine decks, launch bays, and chapel corridors. They killed with bolters, blades, bare hands, and contempt. Mortal defenders died in pieces, but they did not die uselessly. Servo turrets stitched traitor armor with heavy rounds. Melter charges turned. Perfect ceramite into running slag. Bulkhead traps crushed warriors between meters of sacred steel. Shot cannon volleys at point-blank range shattered helm lenses and blew out exposed throat seals. Each traitor Astarte's death cost dozens of men, sometimes hundreds. One Emperor's Children warrior crawled for 30 meters after losing both legs to a melter blast, dragging himself through his own cooked organs to detonate a crack grenade among a Medici triage station. Another fought while burning, armor blackening, flesh boiling inside his plate, cutting down armsmen until a servitor gun nest hammered his chest open and sprayed his enhanced hearts across the ceiling. A third was trapped beneath a blast door and still killed men by firing upward through the gap until his bolter ran dry. Then, Vol unleashed the choir. Noise Marines entered the central spine of Duty of Iron through a breach that should have been too small for Astarte's plate. They came bent low, weapons raised, helms cocked as though listening to the station's terror. Their sonic blasters were not guns in any sane understanding. They were throats, instruments, execution engines. The first discharge turned a barricade into mist and men. Armsmen behind it did not fall so much as come apart. Eyes liquefied and ran down cheeks before skulls cracked from internal pressure. Teeth shattered in mouths and were driven backward through soft palate and brain. Lungs burst, ribs snapped outward as if something inside each man wanted to escape. One survivor crawled across the deck with both hands clamped over the sides of his head, begging the Emperor not for life, but for deafness. A blastmaster fired down the spine. The corridor rippled. Men's bones became shrapnel inside their flesh. Armor plates buckled inward. Servo skulls burst like glass bulbs. A priest leading a countercharge with an eviscerator was reduced to a red smear from boots to tonsure, his chainsword clattering forward without him. On the bridge, the sound arrived through sealed bulkheads and still made men bleed. Vale's right ear went silent, his left filled with static and the faintest echo of laughter. "Status," he demanded. No one answered quickly enough. "Status." Garrus wiped blood from his mouth. Central spine compromised. Starboard batteries silent. Plasma containment stable but exposed. Enemy advancing toward core access. Vale looked at the tactical display. The orbital defense grid was unraveling. Stations were firing out of rhythm. Some were silent. Some had been boarded. Some had begun turning their guns toward false contacts. The enemy fleet moved through the gaps with obscene grace, using death, sound, and sacrifice to draw nearer. A new Vox channel opened, heavily encrypted, cold with Astarte's authority. "This is Brother Captain Deimos Kor of the Sons of the Gorgon," came the voice. "Duty of Iron, your station is compromised. Can you deny capture?" Vale stood straighter. "Aye," he said. "Plasma core overload is possible. Execute." No comfort, no honor speech, no lie that his sacrifice would be remembered. Execute. Vale respected him for that. Garrus turned toward him slowly. "Captain, begin overload. Crew evacuation." Vale looked through the forward oculus. Enemy ships burned closer beyond the shield shimmer. Captured bodies drifted through the void like snow. The station groaned around him as traitors killed their way toward its heart. "There is no evacuation," he said. "There is only denial." The order passed through Duty of Iron. In the engine sanctum, plasma priests began the final rites. Tech adepts unsealed safeties that had not been touched since the station's consecration. Servitors burned as containment fields were inverted. Thousands of crewmen remained aboard. Armsmen still fought in corridors slick with blood. Gunners still loaded macro shells by hand because the chains had failed. Medici orderlies dragged legless men behind barricades seconds before sonic bursts turned them all to pulp. Vale opened a general vox to the station. "This is Captain Odrin Vale. You have served the Emperor in duty. You will now serve him in death. Hold until the light takes you." There was no chorus of affirmation. Most channels were screaming. That was enough. Far across the void, Savael Drask watched Duty of Iron begin to die. The monitor's reactor signature swelled, bright and unstable, visible through the warship's oculus as a white wound within Crucible's orbital crown. Tactical serfs around him chattered casualty estimates and boarding losses. Vol's voice rolled through the command chamber in satisfied harmonics, describing the station's collapse as though reviewing a recital. "They overload the core," Vol said. "Such blunt percussion." Drask smiled. "Almost beautiful." "Almost. They do it from refusal, not inspiration." "Shall I withdraw the boarding parties?" Drask watched the monitor burn brighter. "No." Vol's helm turned toward him. Drask continued. "Send the next wave. The station will detonate. Then they will fight inside a dying fortress as it tears itself apart. There are sensations there no training cage can provide." A pause. Then Vol laughed, delighted. "As you command." More Dreadclaws launched. Aboard Duty of Iron, Vale saw the second wave on the display and understood the scale of the enemy's contempt. They were boarding a station that had already become a bomb. "Madmen," Garrus whispered. Vale shook his head. "No, worse." The bridge doors buckled inward. Navy armsmen fired into the smoke. Something huge moved beyond it, singing through a helm grill. Vale drew his saber in one hand and his las pistol in the other. His crew rose around him with sidearms, tools, knives, and prayer. The doors burst. Purple and gold killers came through. Vale fired until his pistol clicked empty. He saw Garrus cut in half. He saw a Vox officer lifted by the throat and slammed against a cogitator shrine until his skull opened. He saw a noise marine take a saber through the throat and respond by laughing blood through his grill before pulping the attacker with a point-blank shriek. Then the plasma core reached criticality. Duty of Iron became light. The detonation swallowed the monitor from within, ripping its spine apart, bursting gun decks outward, turning armor plating into molten petals. The blast consumed boarding craft, loyal crew, traitor Astartes, corpse hulks, and debris fields in a spreading sphere of white fire. Crucible's orbital night became day for 11 seconds. The shockwave rolled through the defense grid and scattered burning wreckage across the void. For a moment, the explosion hid everything behind it. Then the light faded. Behind the dying glare, something vast slid from the warp. It was a flagship, but the word felt too small. It moved with impossible grace, its hull wrought from gold, living marble, violet flame, and black glass that reflected stars which had never existed. Towers rose from its back like the spires of a palace built inside a screen. Wings of radiant metal unfolded along its flanks. Its prow was a beautiful face, with closed eyes and a smile that made mortal minds recoil. It came through the wound in reality like a blade drawn slowly from flesh. Every Auspex on Crucible saw it. Every astropath screamed. Across the Emperor's Children fleet, warriors fell silent. Mayav Hol bowed his head before the oculus of his cathedral chamber. Savael Drask smiled as blood ran from the eyes of the mortal crew around him. Fulgrim's flagship had arrived. The Ash Hemispheres had no sky worth praying beneath. Garen Holt had heard old men speak of blue skies in other worlds, skies clear enough that a man could look up and believe there was something above him besides smoke, guns, and the judgment of distant masters. Crucible had never offered such weakness. The heavens over the ash hemispheres were brown, black, and red, layered with industrial poison and the rolling breath of macro batteries. Lightning crawled through the clouds in thin white veins. Ash fell constantly, soft as snow and bitter as ground bone. Holt stood in the second penal trench with a las rifle in his hands, an explosive collar around his neck, and the Aquila branded into the back of his right hand. The brand was new, the crimes were older. He had killed a ration officer during the Dornax famine riots. Not for treason, not for chaos, not even for hatred. The officer had been hoarding corpse starch for his own staff, while Holt's younger brother starved on a manufacturing floor. Holt had beaten the man to death with an empty mess tin, and the Arbites had taken him before the blood dried. That had earned him a choice between hanging and service. He had chosen service. Now he understood there had never been a choice. Around him, the trench was packed with men who had made similar bargains with the Imperium and lost. Murderers, deserters, blasphemers, thieves, mutineers, men who had fled from orcs, struck officers, stolen rations, slept on watch, or spoken forbidden names while drunk. Some wore scraps of their old regimental uniforms beneath grey penal fatigues. Others had shaved heads and skin marked with execution codes. All wore collars, all carried weapons, all were watched by commissarial shock proctors standing on the fire step, with detonation runes resting beneath gloved thumbs. The first trench ahead of them had already become a ditch of corpses. Beyond it lay the prepared killing ground before St. Viridian's anvil. It stretched across the ash hemispheres like a continent designed by executioners. Layered minefields waited beneath black dust. Razor wire ran in coils thick enough to stop tanks. Ferrocrete dragons' teeth rose from the mud. Tank traps sat in long rows, angular and patient. Rad-soaked dead zones shimmered in the distance, marked by warning pylons and the bones of animals that had died generations before. Macro bunkers squatted along the fortress line, their gun slits glowing with heat. Artillery grids covered every approach. Nothing moved out there unless Crucible permitted it to die. A Voxhaler crackled above the trench. Hold for terror. Hold for him on the throne. Hold until relieved or dead. A penal legionnaire near Holt laughed under his breath. Relieved, the man muttered. That is a fine word. The shock proctor above them lowered his gaze. Speak again. The man did not. The ground began to tremble. At first, Holt thought it was the guns behind them. Crucible's artillery had been speaking for hours, distant basilisks and manticores throwing shells across the horizon in endless rolling thunder. But this tremor came from ahead, beneath the dead land, through the mud, through the bones of the men already rotting there. He raised his head above the firing slit. The enemy was coming, not the Space Marines, not yet. The first wave was mortal, if mortal still applied to what stumbled, ran, crawled, and surged across the ash flats. They came in millions, cultists in rags and stolen flak armor, mutants with swollen limbs and weeping eyes, vat-grown shock bodies with too much muscle and too little skin, drugged slaves whose veins stood out black beneath corpse-pale flesh, renegade militia carrying autoguns, blades, pipe bombs, chain hooks, and icons made from broken imperial saints. Some had surgical augments bolted crudely into their ribs. Some ran with their abdomens open, organs half spilling through metal clamps while injectors stabbed combat narcotics into their spines. Some carried bombs chained to their bodies and smiled with mouths full of blood. Behind them, tall shapes moved in purple, pink, black, and gold. The Emperor's children did not run with the horde. They drove it. Bolter shots cracked from the rear of the enemy advance, cutting down those who slowed. Sonic bursts threw screaming clusters forward as much as killing them. Overseers in baroque armor walked behind the mortal mass with the leisurely cruelty of herdsmen guiding livestock toward a slaughter pit. They were not wasting lives. Holt understood that with a cold clarity that made his bowels tighten. They were spending them. The first minefield bloomed red. Hundreds vanished in the opening detonation, then thousands. The ash flats erupted in fountains of dirt, steel shards, and wet meat. Bodies flew apart. Legs spun through the air, still kicking. Arms slapped down into the mud, fingers opening and closing around weapons no longer attached to mines. Men ran while burning, their clothes and hair lit by Promethean bursts, their screams swallowed by artillery. A mutant with 3 arms staggered forward, holding his own jaw in one hand. A slave with both legs gone dragged himself through entrails and dust until another mine turned him into rain. The horde did not stop. It spread. It thickened. It crawled over its own dead. "Fire!" came the order. The Imperial line obeyed. Laser-guns cracked from trench to trench in disciplined volleys. Heavy bolters hammered from bunker nests, their shells tearing red paths through the advancing bodies. Autocannons chopped men in half. Mortars dropped into packed masses and lifted them in pulped circles. Basilisk, shells screamed overhead and landed among the enemy in godlike impacts, each one erasing a patch of life large enough to hold a hab block. Manticore rockets arced through the poisoned sky, then descended in clusters that made the horizon flash white. Holt fired until his Lasrifle's barrel steamed. He did not aim at faces. There were too many faces. He aimed into bodies and trusted the Emperor, the Munitorum, and Terror to guide the beam. Men fell, men burned, men split open, men kept coming. One cultist reached the outer wire with no hands, pressing his face into the razors until his cheeks peeled away. Another climbed over him, then another, until the wire disappeared beneath a mound of bleeding torsos. A cheer rose from the first trench when an enemy banner went down beneath heavy bolter fire. The cheer died when the banner rose again, held by a man whose chest had been blown open so completely that Holt could see the ash sky through his ribs. Behind the mortal wave, the traitor Astartes watched. Savael Drask observed the killing from the command cupola of a rhino, whose hull had been lacquered in battlefield blood before the engagement began. The vehicle crouched behind a low ridge of compacted corpses and broken rock, engines growling, smoke launchers venting incense-black clouds into the poisoned air. Its armor had been painted pink, black, and gold, though fresh mud and arterial spray had already dulled the colors. Around it waited other rhinos, predators, and land raiders, their engines idling, their crews silent, their machine spirits eager. Tormentors stood in the lee of the vehicles, bolters ready. Infractors flexed their gauntlets and tested chain blades against their own armor, impatient for the real work. Drask was bored. At first, the mortal horde had utility. He would not deny that. It revealed the mine belts. It drew artillery. It made the Imperial gun crews speak in patterns. It clogged fields of fire. It showed which bunkers were manned by disciplined soldiers and which by frightened boys with uniforms too large for their bones. It forced the defenders to spend ammunition, heat barrels, exhaust loading crews, and expose command rhythms. But utility alone was ugly. He watched a section of the advancing mass vanish beneath overlapping manticore strikes. The corpses landed in a crescent, long and ragged, the left edge too heavy, the curve broken by a cluster of still-moving bodies. Drask frowned. "Battery echo," he said. The mortal Vox thrall inside the rhino stiffened. Blood ran from the ports drilled into his skull. "Awaiting command, Lord. Tell the third mortal spear to angle west by 9 degrees. The thrall blinked. "Toward the rad trench, Lord." "Yes." Projected survival loss exceeds acceptable assault yield. Drask looked down at him. The thrall began to shake. "Relaying command, Lord." Outside, overseers redirected the next mass of cultists into the killing zone. The rad trench ate them slowly. Men stumbled into the shimmering air and began to blister. Skin sloughed from faces, eyes clouded. They kept moving, shoved from behind by the press of bodies and the crack of traitor guns. Imperial shells landed among them, and the dead fell into a more pleasing curve. Drask smiled. Better. Meyervold's voice purred across the command channel. You are arranging corpses again. I am correcting waste. They are meat. Meat can still offend. Vol laughed, the sound distorted by distant amplifiers. The Lord General below is efficient. His guns are admirable. His guns are frightened. All guns are frightened when they know we are listening. Drask watched another barrage detonate across the flats. This time the dead fell in a spiral, dragged by movement, impact, and panic into a widening pattern around a crater where a slave bomb had detonated too soon. It was visible through the Rhino's tactical feed, and perhaps, if the smoke cleared, from low orbit. There, Drask said softly. Now it begins to speak. The Imperial guns answered with fury. The horizon behind Holt became fire. Lehman Russ battle tanks rolled from concealed revetments, their tracks crushing spent casings and bodies buried beneath ash. Battle cannons roared. Demolisher shells punched into the densest parts of the horde and reduced entire formations to red fog. Sponson, heavy bolters stitched the killing ground. Hellhounds advanced along prepared lanes and washed the wire with promethium, turning heaps of cultists into screaming pyres. Autocannon teams fired until their loaders collapsed from exhaustion. Mortar pits worked so quickly that men burned their hands on shell casings and kept working. The defenders began to cheer again. Holt felt it rising in him despite himself. The enemy was dying. Not retreating, not slowing, but dying in numbers too vast for courage to survive. The minefields were choked. The ash flats were layered in bodies. The dead lay in drifts, in heaps, in steaming berms high enough to change the shape of the battlefield. Broken rifles jutted from the meat like weeds. Severed mouths opened and closed in the mud. Men crawled with no lower bodies. Others tripped over intestines stretched between corpses like wet rope. The horde was being murdered. Then the smoke changed. It rolled low across the corpse fields, thick and perfumed, violet and black. Vox static clawed at Holt's earbead. Somewhere beyond the wall of fumes, engines snarled. The shock proctor above the trench shouted, "Eyes forward! No one breaks! No one lowers his weapon! The Emperor watches!" A sound came through the smoke. Not the screaming of cultists, not artillery, not tanks, chainswords. The first Rhino burst through the corpse haze at impossible speed, dozer blade throwing bodies aside in red waves. Liscanon fire struck it from a bunker and blew one track apart, but the vehicle slewed sideways rather than stopping, using its own wrecked momentum to skid into the lip of the first trench. Its assault ramp slammed down. The infractors came out. The tone of the war changed. Holt had seen men kill men. He had seen artillery turn companies into paste. He had seen commissars execute boys for crying too loudly before battle. None of that had prepared him for the arrival of the traitor Astartes. They moved through the corpse fields, as if the mud, bodies, wire, smoke, and incoming fire had all agreed to make way. Purple and gold giants with screaming helms, black-edged pauldrons, blades roaring, bolters barking. They did not charge like maniacs. They advanced like artists crossing a stage, each movement precise, each kill chosen. One vaulted the trench lip and landed among the first line. His chainsword cut a guardsman from shoulder to groin, splitting flak armor, ribs, lungs, liver, and spine in a single screaming arc. His bolter fired twice without looking. 2 men became bursts of torn meat and shattered kit. He caught another by the face and drove the man's skull into the trench wall so hard that the helmet flattened and grey matter sprayed backward over 3 penal troopers. Another infractor leapt over razor wire, landed on a heavy bolter nest, and stamped the gunner's head into the receiver. He turned the weapon around with one hand and fired it down the trench until its ammunition belt ran dry, laughing as men were punched apart in rows. Holt fired. His lasbolt struck pink armor and left a black scorch mark. The Space Marine looked at him. For one frozen second, Holt stared into red eye lenses shaped like cruel amusement. Then a Lascannon from the rear bunker fired. The beam struck the traitor high on the pauldron. Light swallowed him. The impact should have killed anything made of flesh and armor. It tore away half his left shoulder guard, vaporized trophy chains, and blew a chunk from the side of his helm. Black smoke poured from the wound. Holt saw meat beneath the ceramite, cooked and red, threaded with augmetic cabling and fused plugs. The Emperor's Children warrior staggered. Then he laughed. Not shouted, not roared. Laughed. He turned from Holt and sprinted toward the bunker. The Lascannon crew tried to reload. They were fast. They were trained. They were mortal. The traitor reached them before the power cell locked. His chain blade took the loader's arms off at the elbows, then opened the gunner across the belly. The gunner tried to hold himself closed. The Astartes kicked him into the Lascannon mount, hard enough to break his spine around the weapon. Holt's hands went numb. Too fast, too strong, too hard to kill. The trench became a slaughterhouse. Bolter rounds detonated bodies in the confined space, filling the air with blood mist, bone chips, and shredded cloth. Men fired point blank and died anyway. A commissar climbed onto the fire step, power sword raised, screaming the Emperor's name. An infractor saluted him with mocking elegance, let him swing once, then cut off both legs and left him shrieking in the mud before crushing his chest underfoot. Holt's collar rune began to blink. Someone behind the lines thought the penal trench was faltering. "No retreat," growled the shock proctor. A shell landed nearby and filled the world with dirt. Holt fell. Something heavy landed across him. It was a man without a face. Holt shoved him aside and crawled toward a broken section of revetment, his ears ringing, his mouth full of mud and copper. He saw an Emperor's Children warrior standing atop a mound of dead, arms spread while lasfire struck his armor from every angle. He saw a noise marine in the distance raise a weapon shaped like a gilded throat. He saw the air bend. The sound hit. Men did not simply die. They burst inward and outward at once. Teeth shattered. Eyes ran. Hands flew to ears that were already bleeding. A penal trooper beside Holt screamed until his jaw dislocated, then kept screaming through the ruin of his mouth. Then the loyalist counterstroke came. The air above the breached trench flashed white. Shapes appeared in the lightning. Terminators. The sons of the Gorgon arrived like iron judgment. Teleportation discharge crawling across slab-sided tactical dreadnought armor. They were black, silver, and merciless. Broader than the traitors, heavier, colder. Storm bolters locked into firing positions before the light fully faded. Chain fists snarled. Thunderhammers crackled with contained force. Their eye lenses shone like corpse lamps. Brother Captain Damas Kor was not among them, but his will was. The Terminators opened fire. Storm bolters hammered the trench into an industrial killing floor. Mass reactive shells slammed into Emperor's Children armor, detonating against ceramite joints, helm seals, weapon arms, and exposed wounds. One infractor took a burst to the chest and staggered backward, armor cratered. A chain fist came down and split him from collar to pelvis, teeth chewing through plate, fused ribs, enhanced organs, and black carapace plugs. Another traitor leapt at a Terminator with a power blade. The loyalist caught him by the throat, held him in place, and crushed his skull with a thunderhammer strike that painted the trench wall in fragments of helm, bone, and brain. There was no flourish, no mockery, no beauty. The sons of the Gorgon killed like machines clearing a malfunction. A Terminator took a Blastmaster hit that cracked his chest plate and drove him to one knee. He fired while kneeling, Stormbolter roaring until the Noise Marine's weapon arm exploded. Then he rose, crossed the distance through sonic distortion, and drove a chain fist into the traitor's abdomen. The weapon emerged from the back in a storm of shredded organs and ruptured armor cabling. Holt lay in the mud and watched gods murder gods. The penal legionnaires who had not fled died or gone mad began firing again. Their shots meant little. They fired anyway. A man with half his scalp hanging over one eye climbed onto the trench step and emptied his laser gun into the back of a traitor already engaged with a Terminator. The Emperor's Children warrior turned to kill him, and that fraction of distraction let the loyalist hammer take his head off. "Hold!" Holt rasped, though no one could hear him. The Voxnet crackled. "Hold for terror. Hold for him on the throne. Hold until relieved or dead." Dead seemed closer. Far behind the lines, Drask watched the Terminators enter the breach and felt the first true pleasure of the day. "Now," he said, "they answer." A tormentor beside him snarled. "Our brothers are being cut down. They are being refined. The breach may fail. The breach has become worthy." On the tactical display, the corpse fields pulsed with movement, heat signatures, muzzle flashes, sonic waves, artillery impacts, and the cold icons of Loyalist Terminator plate. The mortal wave had done its work. The mines had been eaten. The guns had been drawn. The trenches were clotted with dead. Now the war had teeth. Drask looked towards St. Veridian's anvil, its immense walls half hidden by smoke and fire. "Commit the second assault echelon," he ordered. Tormentors through the western corpse berm. Infractors reinforce the central breach. Noise Marines advance to resonance range. I want the Loyalists deaf before they die. The orders went out. Across the ash hemispheres, the dead lay in layers so thick the living fought atop them. Then the ground beneath Holt began to hum. At first he thought it was another engine. Then he felt it in his teeth, in his bones, in the metal of his collar. The corpses around him began to twitch, not rise, not breathe, vibrate. The skull beside his hand chattered its teeth in a rhythm that matched the distant song of the Noise Marines. A severed jaw clicked against a broken bayonet. Loose rounds rolled in little circles. Blood rippled in shell craters. Holt pushed himself backward, terror finally cutting through exhaustion. All along the trench, the dead began to answer. The battlefield itself had become an instrument. Brother Captain Damus Kor watched the Manufactorum district through the unblinking lenses of his helm and found its death mathematically acceptable. St. Veridian's anvil rose behind him in tiered walls of ferrocrete, adamantium, void shield pylons, shrine guns, and blackened aquilae. Before him sprawled the Manufactorum belt of Caron Secundus, a city of smokestacks, conveyor bridges, plasma regulators, ammunition foundries, ore mills, and habitation stacks welded into the lower fortress approaches like diseased organs grafted to a god machine. Its chimneys vomited black fire into the bruise-coloured sky. Its transit arteries still moved bodies and shells. Its warning sirens had been screaming for hours. Inside the district were millions of Imperial citizens, munition workers, pressed labourers, forge serfs, administratum tally men, factorum militia, children of the Manufactorum clans, born beneath soot and dead before old age could find them. They had been ordered toward the inner gates when the outer trench line failed. They were still there now, packed into transit vaults, Manufactorum chapels, loading gantries, hab tunnels, and ore silos, beating on sealed blast doors while the enemy advanced through smoke and corpse mud. Lord General Heth's voice rasped through the command channel. "Brother Captain, open Gate Caron. My reserve infantry can pull the civilians through and still collapse the access bridge." Kor observed the tactical overlay. Red threat runes moved through the ash beyond the Manufactorum. Emperor's Children assault elements were closing from the west, using the dead ground beneath the conveyor pylons. Enemy armor had halted behind smoke. Sonic distortion made half the Auspex returns unreliable. The inner fire lanes remained clean only if the gate stayed sealed. "Denied," Kor said. A pause followed. Static hissed beneath Heth's breathing. "There are loyal souls inside that district. Loyalty does not alter geometry. They will die. Yes, they are citizens of the Imperium. They are obstruction mass if released. Panic will break the southern Lascanan lanes. The gate remains sealed. Heth's reply came colder. You speak of them as sandbags. Sandbags do not run. The Lord General said nothing for several seconds. Kor could hear distant artillery through Heth's open vox, the shudder of command bunkers, the murmured prayers of officers who knew they were listening to angels make butchers arithmetic. At least allow a controlled withdrawal of essential workers, Heth said. Negative. By what authority? Kor turned his helm slightly toward the distant walls of the anvil, where guardsmen moved like insects along gun galleries and devotional banners snapped in the chemical wind. By the authority of survival, the living may still fail, the dead hold position forever. This time, Heth did not answer. Kor cut the channel and addressed his kill teams. Interlocking fields. No pursuit beyond marked lanes. Target priority remains enemy Astartes, heavy weapon bearers, Vox disruptors, apothecarian assets. Mortal auxiliaries are terrain unless bearing explosives. Devastator elements hold until command release. Tactical squads engage by fire discipline. Terminator Reserve remains locked, his warriors acknowledged in terse bursts. No speeches, no oaths, no invocation beyond the quiet certainty of doctrine already burned into transhuman reflex. The sons of the Gorgon fought like a machine because they believed flesh had betrayed mankind from the beginning. Emotion was not forbidden. It was catalogued as a defect unless weaponized. Hatred had value only when given range, timing, and ammunition. Kor descended from the observation platform into the killing corridor beneath the Manufactorum's eastern transit spine. Around him, his battle brothers took position with cold precision. Brother Routh's plasma gun covered the gate mouth. Brother Helkarn's missile launcher rested against a broken shrine plinth, its machine spirit soothed by Binharic murmur. Two devastators lay prone behind fractured adamantium plating, the scannons aligned through narrow gaps in the rubble. Their armor was dull black and iron, patched with field repairs, stripped of vanity. Their optics glowed white. They did not shift. They did not speak. Beyond the Seal District gate, the Manufactorum screamed, not in one voice, in millions. Kor ignored it. On the western side of Charon Secundus, Flawless Blade Arvael listened to the same screaming and smiled beneath his helm. It was not fear that pleased him. Fear was common. Every world had fear. Every mortal had a throat shaped for it. What interested Arvael was how the sound changed as hope was removed by degrees. At first, the trapped civilians had wailed for rescue, then for mercy, then for air, water, direction, command. Now the cries had become raw material, all identity ground away by pressure, heat, and the knowledge that their own defenders had made their prison perfect. Even the corpse god's servants understand cruelty, he said. His squad moved around him through the shadow of a collapsed ore conveyor. 6 flawless blades, each armored in polished amethyst, pearl and gold, each bearing weapons too exquisite for the mud they walked through. Bliss blades shimmered in their hands, edges alive with unnatural hunger. Their helms were elegant masks, each sculpted into a different expression of serene contempt. Brother Vailian laughed softly. The Iron Hand's whelp denies us civilians. No, Arvael said. He preserves them for atmosphere. They breached the Manufactorum through a drainage gate choked with corpses. The first defenders were Skitari from a Crucible Forge cohort, their red robes blackened by ash, their augmetic limbs clicking in perfect firing rhythm. Galvanic rifles cracked. Radium carbines spat death. A heavy arc weapon flared blue and struck Brother Saeroth in the chest, staggering him as lightning crawled across his armor. The flawless blades came through them like music given knives. Arvael parried a bayonet thrust, stepped inside the weapon's line, and cut the Skitari from shoulder to opposite hip. The warrior's augmetics sparked as the body separated in 2 clean halves, organs and cables sliding out together. Valian spun beneath a burst of radium fire and removed 3 heads in one motion, the skulls still wearing their brass rebreather masks as they bounced across the grating. Searoth, armor smoking, drove his bliss blade through a Skitarii Alpha's chest and lifted him off the ground, while the machine man fired point blank into his helm until his weapon clicked dry. Servitors lumbered from alcoves, heavy tools repurposed for war, industrial saws, rivet cannons, welding torches. One seized Arvael by the pauldron with a claw designed to lift tank armor. He looked at it, amused, then cut off its arm at the elbow joint, opened its abdomen, and watched preserved organs and nutrient sludge pour across the deck. Poor instrument, he said, built for labor, forced into drama. The flawless blades advanced through the foundry nave. Sparks rained from ruptured machinery. Conveyor lines spilled shell casings into heaps. Overhead, cranes swung without command, their machine spirits deranged by sonic interference. Guard veterans held firing lines between ammunition presses, disciplined men with carapace plate, plasma guns, melters, and the exhausted eyes of soldiers who had already seen too much to run. They died better than the Skitarii. A plasma blast took Brother Kale's left arm off at the shoulder, the superheated limb spinning away in a comet tail of melted ceramite and vaporized blood. Kale laughed and continued forward, blade in his remaining hand, cutting the gunner's face away from his skull. A melter beam struck Brother Theron square in the breastplate and cooked him inside his armor. He fell to one knee, snarling through vox distortion, and used his final movement to throw his blade through a veteran sergeant's throat. Arvael found their officer behind an overturned ammunition crawler. The man had a power fist, a rebreather mask, and enough courage to charge. Good. Their weapons met in a flare of energy. The officer swung with strength, amplified by machinery, crude but dangerous. Arvael let the first blow pass close enough to scrape paint from his cuirass. The second he turned aside. The third he accepted on his pauldron, feeling ceramite crack and pain bloom sweetly across his shoulder. Then he cut off the man's legs. The officer hit the deck with a grunt, still reaching. Arvael knelt, caught his wrist, and guided the power fist to the man's own chest. "Observe," he said. He activated the fist. The officer's ribcage collapsed inward. His back burst against the deck in a wet fan of bone, blood, lung matter, and torn flak lining. Arvael rose. "A worthy effort," he told the corpse, badly composed. The eastern bulkhead exploded inward. Sons of the Gorgon entered through the smoke in controlled formation. Bolters raised, target locks already assigned. Their fire did not sweep. It selected. Mass reactive rounds struck damaged armor, exposed joints, weapon hands, and the weak spaces between plates. Brother Kale lost half his helm and dropped with his face pulped inside the wreckage. Vaelian took 2 bolts through the knee and another through the throat seal, falling backward in a spray of red mist. Arvael turned, delighted. At the center of the Loyalist advance stood Brother Captain Damus Kor, black iron, white lenses, thunderhammer in his mechanical hand. No ornament beyond scars, campaign marks, and the purity of hatred made functional. "There," Arvael whispered. "At last." He stepped over a dying guardsman and saluted with his blade. "Son of the broken Gorgon," he called. "You have sealed your own people in a furnace and named it duty. I confess admiration." Kor did not answer. "How dull," Arvael said. "But perhaps we can cut eloquence from you." He lunged. Kor met him with the thunderhammer. The impact did not land cleanly. Arvael twisted aside, but the weapon clipped his hip plate and hurled him through a rack of shell casings. Pain flashed hot and bright. Warning runes bloomed across his vision. He came up laughing, bliss blades sweeping toward Kor's helm. The brother captain turned the strike on his vambrace and drove a fist into Arvael's chest, hard enough to crack the breastplate. Arvael staggered back, thrilled. "Yes," he hissed, "you are not entirely dead." Kor advanced with no change in posture. Arvael moved beautifully. Low cuts, feints, spinning reversals. A thrust aimed at the helm seal, another at the elbow joint of the mechanical arm. Kor gave him nothing for free. No anger, no answering flourish. He blocked what mattered, absorbed what did not, and forced Arvael backward by occupying space with relentless brutality. Around them, the Manufactorum became a confined war of transhuman murder. Sons of the Gorgon squads locked down fire lanes, overlapping bolter fire with plasma bursts and frag missiles. The remaining flawless blades leapt between machinery, seeking duels, killing guard stragglers and Skitarii remnants with contemptuous grace whenever the loyalists denied them worthy opponents. Then the tormentors reached the upper gantries. They seized the overhead walkways with jump-assisted bounds and magnetic clamps, pouring bolter fire into the rear Imperial positions, not into the thickest armor, not at core, not at the Astartes line, at the support personnel. Medici stations vanished beneath mass reactive bursts. Orderlies burst apart over stretchers. Wounded guardsmen were shredded where they lay. Ammunition crews carrying plasma cells were targeted until the cells cooked off and painted the gantries with fire. Vox relays exploded, their operators reduced to meat and wire. A command cantor died with half a prayer still wet on his lips, his jaw blown across a cogitator shrine. The Emperor's children understood war. Glory lived in the duel, but victory often hid in the murder of men who carried batteries, bandages, and orders. Kor registered the widening collapse. "Devastators," he said. "Fire." Arvael heard the word and smiled. At last, deceit. "Correction," Kor said. The Lascannons fired into the melee. One beam struck Kor's shoulder, burning across his pauldron as he shifted, just enough to keep his torso intact. The other speared toward Arvael's center mass. He moved, but not alone. In the fraction of time granted by transhuman reflex, he seized Brother Seroth by the ruined edge of his armor and dragged him into the beam. The Lascannon punched through Seroth first, hollowing him from chest to spine in a flare of white heat. The blast continued, weakened but still lethal, tearing across Arvael's side and opening his armor from rib to thigh. He fell, rolled through blood and brass casings, and came up with one hand pressed to the smoking wound. Seroth's body collapsed in two burning halves. Arvael laughed through clenched teeth. Improvisation. Kor's thunderhammer crackled as he advanced. Expected treachery. Do not pretend disappointment. Your kind call it calculation. My kind do not call it beauty. Then your kind died at Istvan without learning anything. For the first time, Kor struck with something that might have been anger. The hammer smashed down where Arvael had stood and cratered the deck. Arvael slid aside, wounded, slower, still smiling. He knew he could not win this quickly. That made it finer. A shriek of tortured metal split the foundry nave as the western wall burst open under melter charges. Apothecary Malchior Ven entered through the breach while the battle still raged. He walked beneath fire as if crossing an operating theatre. Bolter rounds sparked from his armor. A lasbolt scored his helm. He ignored them. His white plate was already streaked with soot and blood. His narthecium unfolded into a crown of blades, saws, clamps, and injector needles. Two surgical thralls followed him, one dragging a preservation casket, the other carrying a rack of empty gene vials in trembling hands. Ven knelt beside a fallen son of the Gorgon, whose chest had been opened by a bliss blade, but whose secondary heart still pulsed wetly between shattered ribs. The loyalist tried to reach for him. Ven pinned the warrior's wrist with one knee. "Be still," he said. "You are becoming useful." The loyalist spat blood into his face. Ven made a soft sound, almost approving. Defiance, poorly timed but structurally sound. His narthecium punched through the black carapace, spread the rib fragments wider, and began extraction. The loyalist convulsed. Ven's tools worked with obscene reverence, cutting, clamping, separating precious tissue from ruined meat. "Flawed," Ven murmured to the progenoid as it came free, slick and pulsing. "But salvageable. Your fathers were stubborn. Your sons may yet be improved." Kor saw him. The tactical situation shifted. "Apothecary asset in the nave," Kor voxed. "Deny recovery. Deny the vault. Heth's voice cut across the channel, strained by distance and bombardment. What vault? Beneath this district. Gene storage connected to your loyalist dead and medical reserves. The traitors are moving for it. There are still thousands of my men in Karen Secundus. Confirmed. And civilians. Confirmed. Can you hold it? Kor looked at Arvael, at Ven, at the tormentors above, at the failing Vox relays, at the Manufactorum's plasma regulator shrine pulsing beneath the floor. No! The answer was immediate. Heth understood it just as quickly. Then deny it. Kor opened the command channel to every son of the Gorgon within the district. Withdraw to marked hardpoints. Plasma regulator detonation in 90 heartbeats. Arvael tilted his helm. What have you done? Kor swung the thunderhammer. Arvael barely parried, the impact throwing him backward into a conveyor pillar. What your kind always requires, Kor said. Denial. The Manufactorum's alarms changed tone. Deep beneath Karen Secundus, the plasma regulators began to overload. Tech priests screamed Benharic death rites into the machine channels. Forge serfs trapped in regulator sanctums clawed at sealed hatches as heat rose. Imperial wounded dragged themselves across floors already glowing beneath them. Traitor and loyalist alike fought harder because both understood the same truth. There was no time left for survival, only damage. Kor's warriors withdrew by fire lane, leaving mines, crack charges, and bodies behind them. The tormentors tried to pursue and were cut down by overlapping bolter volleys. Ven looked toward the lower vault access, then toward the pulsing organ in his gauntlet, calculating with cold annoyance. Arvael attacked Kor one last time. Their weapons met beneath a rain of sparks. Blissblade shrieked against Thunderhammer. Kor drove forward. Arvael bled through the rents in his armor, every movement leaving droplets across the deck in a pattern he dearly wished he had time to admire. Another time, Arvael said. There will be none. There is always another stage. A blast door slammed down between them as Arvael hurled himself backward through smoke. Kor did not pursue. He activated his teleport homer. The world became white. Karen Secundus detonated from beneath its own foundations. The plasma regulators failed in sequence, each one birthing a sun inside the Manufactorum's guts. The district rose, split, and folded inward. Towers became spears of molten metal. Conveyor bridges snapped and whipped through the air. Hab stacks full of sealed civilians burst apart in incandescent clouds. Soldiers, serfs, traitors, Skitari, servitors, prisoners, Medicae staff, and cult killers vanished in the same impossible light. The explosion painted the sky white. For 3 kilometers of trench, cooked flesh fell like rain. Men looked up and received flakes of skin, bone ash, molten armor beads, and strips of meat still steaming from the firestorm. Blood hissed on hot gun barrels. Penal troopers crossed themselves with shaking hands. Priests called it judgment. Officers called it denial. The dead called it nothing. On a ridge beyond the blast radius, Malchior Ven crawled from beneath a slab of blackened ferrocrete. Most of his left side was burned open. His armor had fused to the meat beneath. One leg dragged uselessly behind him. His surgical thralls were gone, rendered into stains and metal scraps. Fire licked across his back and died for lack of anything pure to consume. In his right gauntlet, held with delicate care, was a single, recovered loyalist progenoid. It pulsed. Ven stared at it through a cracked helm lens. Still singing, he whispered. Across the broken Voxnet, beneath static, screams, and the roaring aftermath of the blast, laughter rolled like perfumed thunder. Fulgrim was amused. The rebuke came at the height of slaughter. Savael Drask stood upon the forward ridge of the western corpse berm, with the ash wind dragging smoke across his armor, and the screams of the dying crawling through the Vox like insects beneath skin. Behind him, The rhinos of his assault echelon squatted in churned mud, their hulls blackened by lass fire and bright with wet offerings. Before him, the ash hemispheres heaved beneath bombardment. The land no longer resembled land. It had become layered meat, cratered metal, burning promethium, shattered weapons, and men dying in quantities too vast for individual hatred. St. Viridian's anvil stood beyond the smoke, immense and ugly, its walls scarred but unbroken. Its guns still spoke. Its void shields still shimmered in wounded bands of blue-white light. Its defenders still held. That was the insult, not resistance. Resistance was expected. Resistance gave shape to triumph. The insult was that the war had become crude. Too much mud, too much smoke, too many bodies thrown forward without elegance, too much necessity masquerading as purpose. Drask felt that truth before Fulgrim gave it voice. The sky above the battlefield folded inward. Every Vox channel died at once, not to silence. Silence would have been mercy. The channels filled with a soft intake of breath, impossibly intimate, as if the entire world had leaned close to hear a lover's disappointment. Across the battlefield, noise marines lowered their weapons. Infractors paused with chain blades buried in guardsmen. Tormentors ceased firing mid-volley. Mortal cultists collapsed to their knees in the corpse mud. Even the Imperial guns faltered for a heartbeat, their crews stunned by pressure they could not name. Then Fulgrim spoke. He did not speak as a general. No orders came, no coordinates, no timings, no deployments. His voice descended through the warp and through the flesh of his sons as judgment sharpened into music. Ugly. The word entered Drask's blood and burned there, wasteful. A tormentor beside him gasped and dropped his bolter, gauntlets clawing at his helm as if he could tear the sound out of his skull. Insufficient. Drask's hearts hammered. Rage rose, in him, hot and involuntary. Not rage against his father, never that. Rage at the fact that Fulgrim was correct. Rage at the corpse god's fortress for still standing. Rage at his own war for requiring correction. Rage at the lesser lords whose incompetence polluted the offering. Rage at the mud for being mud. The siege had become a butcher's table when it should have been an altar. Fulgrim's presence pressed harder. You break walls like iron warriors. You spend lives like the dull sons of Angron. You drown fields like corpse-worshipping generals with nothing but arithmetic in their skulls. Is this what remains of my legion? The question was not a question. It was a blade placed beneath every throat. Across the command link, lesser lords began speaking over one another. Some protested loyalty. Some offered immediate escalations. Some accused rivals of delaying the assault. Lord Cacophonist Mayav Hole laughed softly through the shared vox, not in mockery, but in revelation. There, Vol whispered. Hear the interval beneath his scorn. He does not condemn the song, he condemns the arrangement. Be silent, growled a lord exultant from the southern front. You hear only pain, Vol replied. That is why your warband dies in straight lines. Malchior Ven's voice entered the channel a moment later, calm and surgical. Permission is implicit. Drask turned from the battlefield, though Fulgrim's words still crawled across his nerves. Explain. Escalation of the flesh. The Father rejects waste without refinement. I will refine. Use what you require. I always do. Fulgrim's voice returned, softer now, worse for its gentleness. St. Viridian's anvil will not merely fall. It will understand itself as meaningless. Its courage will be weighed and found tasteless. Its faith will be opened and shown empty. Its sacrifices will be made into ornaments. Humiliate them, my sons. Teach them that endurance is only another posture before perfection. The pressure vanished. The battlefield exhaled. Men began screaming again. Drask stood motionless for several seconds, his armor's internal systems shrieking warnings at elevated adrenal response, vox contamination, sensory overload, and gene seed resonance. He dismissed every rune with a blink click and opened the command net. All assault patterns are rescinded. Several voices answered at once. Drask overrode them. No further mass commitment without composition. Mortal waves will resume only when their panic serves a designed purpose. Tormentors will redeploy to decapitation strikes against command nodes, artillery masters, vox relays, medici triage corridors, and ammunition pilgrim chains. Infractors will hold breach readiness. Noise assets will time disruption to Imperial prayer cycles. I want their faith interrupted at the moment of invocation. I want every man who kneels to hear surrender in his own priest's voice. Vol hummed approval. A hymn inverted. Captured confessors are to be preserved. Remove their eyelids if they sleep. Break only what improves their pitch. A delicate request. Vox mimicry teams will transmit false evacuation orders under sanctioned Imperial encryption. Use the codes stripped from Duty of Iron and the Manufactorum command dead. Route civilians into fire lanes. Route guard reserves into exposed ground. Route medici convoys toward our harvest lines. Ven added, corpse-born luxuries are ready. Drask smiled. Deploy them. The so-called luxuries had been prepared from the bodies of Imperial prisoners who had died under sensation rather than disease, though their flesh carried both poison and promise. Their skins had been perfumed. Their organs had been packed with alchemical indulgences, nerve agents, narcotic spores, and warp-touched irritants that produced visions before respiratory collapse. They would be placed among the loyal dead, dressed in familiar uniforms, tagged with false casualty markings, and returned by artillery burst into Imperial recovery zones. A compassionate army would retrieve them. The Imperium would burn them. Either result served. False saints, Drask said. False orders. False mercy. Break the command mind before the walls. Ven did not wait for further instruction. He moved through the apothecarian beneath the forward ridge, where stimulant reliquaries hung in cages and the air shook with restrained chemical promise. His thralls had survived only because he had not needed them dead yet. They trembled around him, pale men with shaved heads, sutured mouths, and hands replaced by surgical tools. Some carried trays of injectors. Others bore racks of vials filled with liquids that shimmered in colors no healthy eye should perceive. The infractors came first. They stood in rows amid the stink of disinfectant, blood, and spent promethium. Their armor was scored, dented, and glorious with battle filth. Some had helms off. Their faces were pale and perfect beneath layers of grime, eyes dilated, lips wet with anticipation. They had tasted the trench war and wanted more. Ven addressed them as specimens because that was what they were. The first sequence will sharpen reaction speed, pain discrimination, auditory prioritization, and tactile reward. The second will heighten aggression and metabolic output. The third is not recommended unless you possess either discipline or a willingness to become informative. An infractor laughed. Will it make us faster? Yes. Stronger? Temporarily. Better? Ven looked at him. Nothing can make you better. It can only reveal whether there was anything worth improving. He drove the first injector into the warrior's throat seal. The infractor arched as the stimulant entered him. His gauntlets flexed. His armor's fiber bundles whined in sympathy with the body inside. Blood ran from his nose. He laughed once, breathless and reverent. Others received the dose. Tormentors followed. Some accepted it in silence. Some demanded stronger mixtures. Some prayed to Fulgrim. Some cursed Ven for moving too slowly. The apothecary watched the transformations with interest detached from kinship. Pupils widened, muscles spasmed, secondary hearts accelerated, nerve response sharpened. Several warriors became visibly steadier, as if the entire world had slowed for their convenience. Others did not. One tormentor's flesh began growing through the weak points of his armor. Sensory tendrils spilled from his gorget, pale and wet, questing through the air. Another developed a trembling mouth in the palm of his left hand, its tiny tongue tasting the edge of his combat blade. A third tore off his own helm because the sound of his breathing had become intolerably beautiful. His face split along old surgical seams, exposing nerves that quivered in the light like harp strings. Ven observed and recorded. Useful. The failure came from Squad Nael. They had received the second sequence and stolen the third from a dead thrall before deployment. By the time Drask arrived, they had butchered their mortal auxiliaries in the staging trench. Not quickly, not tactically. They had broken formation to indulge themselves among the slave ranks assigned to carry ammunition and breaching charges. The trench was slick with opened bodies. Men had been carved, bitten, pulped, and arranged in incoherent heaps. One slave still crawled with both arms gone, dragging a trail of blood from the stump of his chest, where a ribcage should have remained. Squad Nail stood among the ruin, panting through vox grills, weapons wet, armor spattered black-red from greave to pauldron. Their champion bowed as Drask approached. Lord Exultant, we were overcome by inspiration. Drask surveyed the trench. A lesser commander might have killed them. He considered it. Then he saw the greater offense. You call this inspiration? The champion hesitated. Drask drew his sword and used the tip to lift a strand of intestine from the mud. No symmetry, no purpose, no lesson. You killed ammunition carriers beside breaching charges and did not even use the detonations for emphasis. You stacked torsos in collapsed piles. You left faces turned downward. You spilled blood without directing its flow. The squad's altered breathing filled the trench. Excess without control is merely noise, Drask said. He did not execute them. That would have wasted their shame too quickly. He ordered the bodies rearranged. The dead auxiliaries were lifted, hooked, wired, and posed along the trench wall in a widening fan. Heads faced outward. Arms were pinned into arcs. The open torsos were angled so their spilled organs formed lines toward the forward approach. The crawling survivor was nailed upright at the center, still alive, mouth stretched open around an eye, grenade pin. When he finally died, his weight would pull the wire and detonate the charge beneath him. Drask made Squad Nail watch until the composition was complete. Then he sent them into the next assault without ammunition. On the Imperial side, Lord General Marius Heth received the false order during the third prayer cycle after Manufactorum denial. It came through a command channel that should have been secure, bearing authentication codes from a core headquarters that had been silent since the orbital war. The voice was clipped, devotional, and correct in every cadence. Army Group Charon was to withdraw from the eastern trench ladder and redeploy through Martyr's Vale to reinforce Gate Septimus. Civilian pressure at the inner walls required immediate route clearance. Delay would compromise St. Viridian's anvil. Heth stared at the slate. The order was plausible. That was what made it dangerous. Confirm with Corps Command, he said. The Vox officer worked the runes. Static answered. Then a burst of hymn, then screaming, then the same authenticated voice repeating the order. Across the valley, 3 million guardsmen began moving. They went in columns because the terrain forced them to. Infantry first, then supply crawlers, then field guns, then Lehman Russ squadrons rerouted from hull-down positions. Penal battalions mixed with line infantry. Medici convoys followed because wounded men always followed the living in war, like shadows waiting to become bodies. Heth watched the hololith update. Too orderly, too exposed, too late. Stop them, he said. Vox officers shouted. Astropaths bled. Signal servitors sparked and died in their sockets. The channels returned only hymns, false confirmations, and the distant laughter of men speaking with voices that were not their own. Corps' voice entered the Strategium channel. Lord General, Martyr's Vale is compromised. I know. Enemy fire lanes are opening. I know. If those formations are taken alive, they become ammunition. Heth closed his human eye. His augmetic kept watching. 3 million men in the valley, 3 million rifles, 3 million ration allotments, 3 million names somewhere in Munitorum ledgers, 3 million souls beneath the Emperor's gaze. The first sonic strike hit the lead columns. Men folded in ripples. Tanks veered off course as crews bled from eyes and ears. Horses from an archaic cavalry auxiliary reared and burst their own throats against harness chains. Vox packs exploded on men's backs. Entire platoons dropped their weapons and clawed at their skulls, trying to dig out the beautiful note drilling through bone. Then traitor artillery found them. The valley vanished into fire. Heth spoke with a mouth that felt full of ash. All Eastern artillery groups, fire on Martyr's Vale. The strategium froze. A colonel turned toward him. "My lord, fire on Martyr's Vale. Our men are still in the open." "Yes. Some may still be extracted." "No," Kor said. "Correct decision." Heth hated him for saying it. Hated him because it helped. Hated him because it was true. The Imperial guns turned. Basilisks, manticores, medusas, fortress mortars, and macro bunkers opened upon their own. The first shells fell short, bursting among men still trying to retreat. The second wave struck the center mass. The valley became a grinder. Human bodies vanished beneath Imperial ordnance and traitor resonance alike. Lehman Russ tanks collapsed into craters, their crews burning inside as ammunition cooked off. Prometheum lines ruptured and washed over the packed columns in liquid fire. Men ran with their uniforms aflame. Men crawled over men whose legs had been removed. Men drowned in mud that was no longer mud, but blood, fat, powdered bone, oil, ash, and pulped organs churned beneath boots and tracks. A manticore salvo struck a medici convoy. The white vehicles burst apart. Stretchers flew. Patients strapped to them spun through the air, limbless and burning. A field priest stood atop a wrecked chimera and raised the aquila until a sonic wave turned him inside out, his ribs opening like a cage with nothing holy inside. Imperial shells kept falling. Traitor weapons kept singing. Panic packed the valley tighter than discipline ever could. Men crushed one another trying to escape the fire lanes. Officers shot deserters until they ran out of ammunition, then were trampled by the next wave of fleeing bodies. Commissars detonated penal collars by the hundreds, creating rings of headless corpses that collapsed into the meat slurry beneath them. Tanks reversed over their own infantry. Artillery turned the blocked exits into red mist. Drask watched from the ridge and felt Fulgrim's lesson bloom. This was better, not because more men died. Death alone was common. Because the defenders had been made participants. Their discipline had killed them. Their obedience had moved them. Their commander had completed the work rather than allow the 3rd Legion to own the bodies. Their virtues had become levers in enemy hands. "That," Vol whispered across the Vox, "has shape." Drask nodded. "Record the valley. Already done."
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Broadcast fragments back into their prayer cycles. With the Lord General's voice? If you can make it weep. Of course. Hours later, Heth stood in a side chamber off the strategium and vomited into a brass drainage grate. There was little in him but recaf, bile, and corpse starch paste. His hands shook once, then stilled as he gripped the edge of the basin. Behind him, Brother Captain Kor waited like a statue of black iron. "You came to judge me," Heth said. "No. To absolve me then." "No." Heth spat, wiped his mouth with the back of his glove, and looked at the Space Marine through his augmetic eye. "Then why are you here?" "To ensure you remain functional." Heth laughed once. It sounded like a cough tearing itself open. 3 million men. Denied to the enemy. Men, Brother Captain, not ammunition, not obstruction mass. Men. Kor's white lenses did not flicker. They became all 3 when the order was obeyed. Heth wanted to strike him. The desire rose, absurd and useless. "Was it correct?" he asked. "Yes." No hesitation. No mercy. Heth bent over the basin again, but nothing came. Kor continued. "The enemy intended capture, corruption, and reuse. You denied manpower, biomass, terror leverage, and symbolic victory. The cost was severe. The alternative was worse." Your comfort is a weapon made of stone. It is not comfort. I know. Heth straightened. His face was grey. His right eye was wet, though whether from sickness, smoke, or grief, even he did not know. He took the slate from the waiting adjutant outside the chamber. New orders required signature. He signed them. Beyond the walls of St. Viridian's anvil, Martyr's Vale cooled beneath ash and fire. The dead lay packed so densely that the ground had risen. Their bodies filled shell holes, trenches, drainage cuts, and vehicle tracks. Many had no mouths. Many had no heads. Many were only fragments pressed into the mud by the weight of others. At first the sound was mistaken for wind. Then the vox pickets heard it. Then the men on the walls. Then Heth, in the strategium, as every external audio feed carried the same impossible chorus. The dead in Martyr's Vale were singing Fulgrim's name, though their lungs were gone. Crucible did not fall in a day. It died by increments, by sectors, by continents, by tally marks on slates held in hands that no longer trembled, because there was no strength left for trembling. Its oceans boiled in places where orbital debris fell burning from the heavens. Its ash plains became red marshland beneath the pressure of marching armies. Its hive stacks leaned under the weight of their own dead until lower levels burst and spilled corpses into the avenues like ruptured guts from a split belly. The world had been built to endure war. That only meant its death required more effort. Lord General Marius Heth measured that effort from the command bunker beneath St. Viridian's anvil, where the walls sweated condensation, blood, and dust shaken loose by weeks of bombardment. He no longer slept in any meaningful sense. He closed his human eye for moments at a time, while orderlies changed slates, refilled his recaf, scraped clotted blood from the Auspex table, and dragged away officers whose nerves had finally broken under the weight of command. He had committed the 30th Bastion Army to the northern ash approaches. Gone. He had committed the 9th Armoured Host to the Iron Meridian counterthrust. Gone. He had committed 6 Penal Corps, 19 artillery clusters, 3 Hive militia blocks, and every reserve regiment within range of Gate Caron. Gone, ruined, scattered, consumed, or still technically fighting because their Vox units had not yet stopped transmitting screams. Billions of soldiers moved and died across the planetary grid. Not millions now. Millions were a local concern, a wound on a single front. Crucible had passed beyond that small mercy. Army groups were fed into delay actions with the same cold regularity as shells into a breech cannon. Men died to hold crossroads that mattered for 6 minutes. Tank brigades burned to delay enemy armor long enough for void shield engineers to reroute power through damaged conduits. Entire hive districts were abandoned, then shelled, then burned again because Auspex ghosts suggested movement beneath the corpse piles. Status of Hive Dornax, Heth said. A colonel with bandaged hands looked down at his slate. His lips moved before any sound came out. Upper stacks collapsed into the midline. Corpse pressure has breached levels 7 through 12. Manufactorum hearts still producing lacelles at reduced capacity. Population losses exceed recovery relevance. Defensive value? Falling. Then strip it. My lord. Strip Dornax. Guns, ammunition, plasma cores, medici stores, gene vaults, cogitator banks, all priestly relics with morale utility. Leave the population. The colonel swallowed. There are still fighting men inside. There are fighting men everywhere. A different officer leaned over the hololith, face grey with exhaustion. Supply lines to the eastern bastions are now corpse roads. Servitor trains cannot pass without clearance teams. Use furnace trains. They are assigned to ration processing. Then they will process roads first. Within the hour, furnace trains moved through the arteries of Crucible. Black engines with shrine fronts and flame stacks crawled along rail lines buried beneath bodies. Servitors with shovel limbs and dead human faces pushed corpses from the tracks into open furnace mouths. Arms, legs, las rifles, prayer tags, helmets, loose heads, and still living men too weak to crawl away all went into the same roaring heat. The ash from their burning was caught, blessed, and returned to ration vats by order of the Munitorum. Crucible fed on itself to keep fighting. The Emperor's children learned faster than any sane enemy had a right to learn. They did not grind forward like the World Eaters, spending rage until only red silence remained. They did not endure like the Death Guard, rotting beneath fire as though decay itself were a shield. The sons of Fulgrim watched, listened, adapted. They found places where fear moved faster than orders. They struck Vox relays rather than bunkers, medici corridors rather than armor columns, ammunition lifters rather than gun crews. They turned prayers into targeting markers and panic into terrain. A false retreat signal emptied a fortress tier moments before Noise Marines ruptured its support vaults. A counterfeit order of martyrdom sent an entire regiment charging into friendly minefields. A captured officer's voice, flensed from him by needle and blade, ordered a medici convoy to redirect into a valley where flawless blades waited among corpse markers, killing surgeons first and wounded men last. Mayaphol heard it all. He stood within the shattered nave of a captured cathedral, whose roof had been opened to the poisoned sky. Where an altar to the Emperor had once stood, his thralls had built a tower of amplifiers from brass, bone, adamantium pipework, vox organs, cathedral bells, tank exhausts, and stretched human skin. Chained psychers hung from the gantries around it, their skulls crowned in copper, their mouths wired open. Noise Marines occupied the choir galleries. Some tuned their weapons with reverence. Some pressed their helms to the stone to hear the world's pain moving through the foundations. Vol raised one clawed hand. Across Crucible, other conductors raised theirs. In captured Manufactoria, amplifiers were bolted to ore presses. In broken orbital wreckage fallen into the seas, sonic engines were chained to reactor cores and made to sing through the water. In shrine spires taken by the 3rd Legion, bells were cracked, inverted, and struck with hammers made from loyalist bone. In the carcasses of dead titans, resonance engines were wired through the throats of princeps corpses. Vol named the offensive the 9th Wound. Not because there had been 8 before it. The number pleased him. It tasted of recurrence, of opening, of the note before completion. "Begin," he said. Crucible answered by bleeding sound. The first resonance corridor struck Hive Malcorn from below. Its lower walls cracked in long, elegant lines. Men inside the ferrocrete heard their own bones humming before they broke. Teeth shattered, eyes burst, lungs tore loose from inner walls and filled with blood. Those standing near armor-glass viewports were pulped against the panes by pressure that had no visible source. The hive did not explode. It sighed, groaned, and shed 3 levels into the abyss beneath it. The second corridor rolled across the western trench continents. Men at firing steps bent double as their intestines twisted inside them. Heavy weapons crews died at their guns, blood bubbling through rebreather masks. Commissars shot panicking soldiers until the commissars themselves burst open from throat to groin, organs sliding down the fronts of their greatcoats. The third corridor struck the wall of St. Viridian's anvil and made the fortress sing back. Heth felt the note through his boots. So did every man in the bunker. Maps trembled on the strategium table. Servo skulls spun in the air, chattering Binharic fragments before crashing against the walls. Cogitator banks spat sparks. A junior major reached for his ear and screamed when his fingers came away holding the wet ruin of his inner ear. "Counter-cant," Heth ordered. Mechanicus adepts began chanting machine hymns through steel vox masks, their voices layered with binary correction patterns. Priests roared the creed from prayer rails until blood ran down their chins. Officers hammered fists against slates and shouted for reports. Above them, the war became impossibly vast. Titans entered the ash hemispheres, beneath storms of ash and burning oil. Loyalist god engines of Legio Crucius strode from the anvil's western engine keeps, their void shields flashing under falling debris. their war horns bellowing like the judgment of an iron god. Warlord Titans walked behind screens of knights and armored regiments. Volcano cannons lit the horizon white. Plasma annihilators opened false dawns in the smoke. Reaver Titans fired apocalypse missiles into enemy concentrations and turned square kilometers of battlefield into molten ruin. From the traitor lines came answering monsters. Corrupted war engines lumbered through the haze, their armor painted in fever colors, their banners made from skin and broken purity seals. Some bore sonic weapons the size of towers. Some moved with too much grace for machines that massive. One traitor Reaver walked with a cathedral built into its back, and from that cathedral, a choir of chained throats screamed so loudly that infantry formations ruptured before the God Engine's guns even fired. Knights clashed in the dead fields between titans. Battle cannons blew heraldic shields into shards. Thermal lances opened cockpits and cooked pilots inside their thrones. Chain blades the length of hab corridors chewed through ion shields and ceramite plating. A loyalist knight-errant drove its Reaper chainblade into a corrupted engine's knee joint, only for the dying traitor knight to embrace it and detonate its reactor, creating a sun that erased 2 entire infantry divisions sheltering nearby. Whole districts became molten. Whole armies became stains. Through the throat of martyrs, Savael Drask led the armored spearhead. The throat had once been a pilgrimage avenue between outer shrine bunkers and the anvil's wall, a canyon of statues, gun towers, devotional arches, and trenches filled with saints' bones. Now it was a kill channel filled with smoke, corpses, wreckage, and screaming cultists driven ahead of the Emperor's children armor. Land raiders advanced at the center, Lascannons glowing, assault ramps sealed, hulls painted with impact scars and blood. Rhinos raced between them, using wrecks and corpse mounds as cover. Cultists ran in front of the vehicles in chained mobs, packed so tight that tank treads crushed those who stumbled and shoved their meat into the mud. Imperial guns slaughtered them by the thousands. Drask did not care. The bodies absorbed mines, drew heavy bolter arcs, triggered melter traps, and softened the angles of the enemy fire. Vol's 9th wound rolled over the defenders, seconds before Drask gave the order to dismount. The Imperial line was already deafened, blinded, and drowning in its own wounded. Tormentors burst from the rhinos. They did not roar. They did not sprint without aim. They killed with ecstatic precision. Bolters hammered into firing slits. Plasma pistols cored bunker doors. Power blades opened officers at the waist. A heavy bolter team tried to traverse toward the advancing giants, but a Tormentor reached them first and slammed one gunner's head into the weapon mount until the skulls split and jammed the feed with brain matter. Another traitor caught a fleeing Vox officer, lifted him, and used his body to absorb las fire while speaking targeting coordinates through the man's own headset. The sons of the Gorgon countered before the breach fully widened. They came in razorbacks, land raiders, and on foot through smoke, black armor ghosting through ash, their firing lines cold and perfect. Brother Captain Kor had marked Drask's spearhead as a decisive enemy thrust. He committed what remained of his mobile Astartes reserve to kill it. The two forces collided amid the shrine ruins. Bolters hammered at point-blank range. Mass reactive shells struck ceramite and burst in flares of shrapnel and meat. A Tormentor's chestplate cratered under Loyalist fire before a power fist drove through the weakened armor and crushed both hearts inside. The fist withdrew in a rush of blood, black carapace plugs, and torn fiber bundles. Another Emperor's Children warrior leapt onto a Sons of the Gorgon sergeant and drove a chainsword into the joint beneath his helm, teeth shrieking as they bit through gorget, neck meat, reinforced spine, and the cables of the black carapace. The Loyalist died without sound, but his gauntlet closed on the traitor's forearm and did not open even after death. Kor's warriors fought with no wasted motion. One battle brother fired 3 rounds into a traitor's knee joint, stepped aside as the enemy stumbled, and allowed the warrior behind him to finish the kill with a meltagun burst that turned the Emperor's Children Marine into a collapsing pillar of molten plate and boiling organs. Another used a combat blade not to duel, but to sever armor feed lines before a stormbolter burst, punched through the exposed seam. Drask moved through the center like a blade-made lord. His power sword opened a loyalist from hip to shoulder. He twisted beneath a thunderhammer swing and cut the attacker's wrist cables, then drove his pommel into the warrior's helm hard enough to crack the lenses inward. A power fist struck Drask in the side, splintering ribs beneath his armor. He laughed, caught the wrist, and stepped closer rather than away. His blade went up under the loyalist's breastplate and into the organs behind it. "You die efficiently," Drask said. "How impoverished." The loyalist tried to crush his skull with his free hand. Drask removed the hand. Ven's new shock troops reached the barricades behind the Astartes fight. They had once been mortal. Some still looked nearly human from a distance, until the distance closed and the truth became unavoidable. Their adrenal systems had been cut open, rewritten, overloaded, and chained to injector pumps hammered into their spines. Their skulls were shaved and bolted with stimulant crowns. Their jaws were wired open so they could not bite through their tongues. Some had armor plates stapled directly to muscle. Some carried chain axes, shotguns, bombs, or hooked blades. Their eyes were empty because pain no longer had permission to stop them. They climbed over barricades after wounds that should have killed them. A guardsman blew half of one creature's skull away with a point-blank shotgun blast. The shock body kept climbing, brain matter sliding down its cheek, one eye hanging by a nerve cord. It fell onto the guardsman, buried a knife in his throat, and continued stabbing long after both were beneath the feet of the next wave. Another had both legs cut away by heavy bolter fire and dragged itself forward using hooked hands, bomb harness ticking against its ribs. It reached a sandbag wall, laughed through broken teeth because Ven had given it no other permitted response, and detonated. They were not brave. Their nervous systems had been enslaved. In the command bunker, the 9th wound found the correct frequency. Heath heard a sound like glass thinking. Then the strategium exploded without fire. A staff officer at the Western Station burst apart at his desk, his torso opening as if invisible hands had pulled him in 4 directions. Blood, lung tissue, and fragments of spine splashed across the tactical hololith. A servo skull dropped from the air and shattered on the floor. Another spun wildly, trailing sparks, then embedded itself in a priest's face with a wet crack. Maps tore loose from clamps and slapped against the walls, soaked instantly by the blood raining from ruptured men. The officer beside Heth clutched his throat. His eyes bulged, his chest inflated, ribs cracking outward, then collapsed in a gush of red mist. Heth was thrown from his command throne. For several seconds he heard nothing, not muffled sound, not ringing, nothing in his left ear. His right ear screamed with pressure and static. He pushed himself up on one elbow. His mouth tasted of iron. Something wet slid from his scalp into his eye. He wiped it away and saw that it was not his blood. The bunker was ruin. Men crawled between desks. A tech adept burned at the cogitator banks, still chanting through a mouthful of sparks. The confessor at the prayer rail had been cut in half by a falling support strut. His upper body continued trying to recite the creed, though only blood came out. Heth's vox bead was dead. He reached for a slate. His hand found a severed arm first. He threw it aside, found the slate beneath it, and dragged it close. The screen was cracked but functioning. He wrote the next order with his stylus, because speech no longer mattered. Hold western wall. Reroute reserves through inner causeway. Seal command bunker breach points. Continue artillery on throat of martyrs. No withdrawal without written execution authority. He handed the slate to a bleeding adjutant who had lost one eye. The adjutant read it, nodded, and ran. Heth stood slowly. His left ear was dead. His right barely served. Blood covered his storm coat, his face, the maps, the command rail, the floor. He looked at the hololith flickering in fractured light. The outer void shields of St. Viridian's anvil failed. One by one, the blue-white bands over the fortress flickered, spasmed, and collapsed into static. Across the walls, sirens began to wail. Men looked up from guns, from stretchers, from prayer, from reloading racks, from pools of their own blood. The sky above the anvil burned violet. In the clouds, vast and beautiful and monstrous, a silhouette appeared. Wings spread across the smoke. A serpentine body coiled in impossible grace. 4 arms lifted blades that were not yet fully in the world. The shape was not a shadow cast by any object. It was a promise pressing through reality. Across Crucible, every Emperor's Children warrior stopped fighting for one heartbeat. Bolters lowered, blades paused. Noise weapons fell silent. Even the dying tried to look up. Fulgrim was coming. Marvol believed Crucible could not be conquered until it had first been tuned. A lesser warlord would have called the fortress world broken by now. Its continents burned. Its orbital crown was in ruin. Its trenches were swollen with corpses. Its hives sagged beneath bombardment, famine, plague, panic, and the correct application of terror. Its oceans shivered beneath fallen wreckage. Its defenders had killed their own by the million and still dared name it duty. Its Lord General continued signing orders with a hand that should have been shaking. Its black-armoured Astartes still moved through the war like iron blades, denying spectacle wherever they could. But conquest was not completion. Vol knew this with the certainty of a blade finding the gap between ribs. Crucible had not yet become an offering. It had merely become a battlefield. A battlefield was crude. Useful, yes. Necessary, yes. But crude, all the same. Shellfire, courage, fear, faith, ignition, impact, command, treachery, pain and death all existed across the world in separate fragments. To please Fulgrim, they had to be made into a single thing. Every scream had to find its place. Every shellburst had to strike in rhythm. Every prayer had to fracture at the proper syllable. Every engine detonation, every dying heartbeat, every snapped bone, every ruptured lung, every whispered oath to the corpse god had to be drawn into one ascending composition. Only then would Crucible matter. Only then would its fall be worthy. Vol stood beneath the inner bastion, deep in the lower basilica vaults of St. Viridian's anvil, and listened to the world through sewage, stone, blood, and bone. His armor was slick with filth. Chemical runoff glistened over purple and gold plate. Human waste steamed in the cracks of the drainage channels. Bodies clogged the tunnels behind him. Imperial dead washed down from Medicae wards, collapsed barracks, shrine galleries, and purge drains. Some had swollen in the dark. Some had burst from gas and rot. Others were fresh, pale and staring, dragged from the upper killing floors by floodwater and gravity. Their uniforms marked them as guardsmen, pilgrims, forge serfs, priests, orderlies, penal scum, and naval ratings stranded after the orbital fall. His noise marines moved through the corpse-thick drainage arteries with ecstatic discipline. They did not complain. They did not slow. Their boots crushed faces beneath black water. Their gauntlets pushed through clotting drifts of meat and cloth. Their weapons were held high above the filth. Sonic blasters and blastmasters wrapped in devotional skins and lacquered against contamination. They moved as a procession through a sewer of the dead, and to them the stink was not insult. It was sensation, rot-sweet, chemical, metallic, human. Another note, another texture, another proof that no experience was unworthy when offered correctly. Ahead, the drainage passage narrowed beneath a sealed devotional sluice. Brother Colthis pressed one palm against the door. 3 meters of sanctified steel, heat scoring on the inner side, reinforced by prayer runes. Everything is reinforced by prayer here, Vol said. That is why everything will resonate so beautifully. Colthis raised a melter charge. Vol stopped him with a gesture. No, not yet. He stepped close and rested his helm against the cold gate. Beyond it, he heard the basilica. Not with mortal hearing. Mortal hearing was an animal limit. He heard through metal fatigue, through air pressure, through the tremor of millions of voices moving in a sacred hall built to magnify obedience. He heard the low drone of imperial creed, the dull pulse of boots, the rattling breath of frightened men, the crackle of censers, the coughs of the wounded, the hiss of flamers, the clink of chains restraining deserters at the shrine doors. And above it all, he heard Confessor Auden Crail. The priest's voice was not beautiful. It was better than beautiful. It was useful. Crail stood before the inner basilica's high altar with a crozius chained to his wrist, a relic mace at his side, and a plasma pistol holstered beneath his robes. He was gaunt, old, scarred by self-inflicted penitence and battlefield flame. His shaved scalp was tattooed with scripture so tightly layered that the words overlapped into black bands. His eyes were sunken and fever-bright. His robes had once been white. Now they were ash-grey, blood-brown, and scorched at the hem where he had walked too near the pyres of cowards. He was not gentle. Gentleness had no place in a fortress under siege. Deserters had been nailed to the basilica doors by his order, wrists pinned wide, tongues cut out, placards of shame bolted through their chests. Cowards had been burned in the outer chapels, not secretly, not mercifully, but in full view of the men waiting to take their place on the wall. Crail had promised no comfort to the defenders gathered before him. Salvation was not a blanket. It was a blade. A man did not earn mercy by surviving. He earned it by dying usefully. "Raise your voices!" Crail roared. The basilica answered. Thousands of soldiers, pilgrims, wounded men, labourers, gun crews and officers knelt beneath cracked stained glass and statues of imperial martyrs. Some clutched lasguns, some clutched bandages against leaking wounds. Some had no hands left and prayed with their foreheads pressed to the stone. Servo skulls drifted overhead, chanting devotional responses. Bells swung above the nave, though no hands touched their ropes. At the walls, flamer teams stood ready to burn any man who turned toward the exits. "The alien breaks upon his shield," Crail thundered. "The mutant burns beneath his gaze. The heretic chokes on the ash of his own blasphemy. What are you?" The answer came ragged, terrified, immense. "His weapon." "What is your flesh?" "His tithe." "What is your death?" "His due." Crail lifted his scarred face toward the broken statue of the Emperor above the altar. "Then pay what is owed." Beneath him, Vol smiled behind his mask. "Yes," he whispered. "There, that is the throat." He raised his hand. The sluice gate did not explode. It sang open. The noise marines tuned their weapons to the stress lines in the sanctified steel. A low tone moved through the gate, so soft at first that rats continued gnawing the dead beneath the water. Then the tone deepened. Rust flaked away. Prayer runes blackened. Rivets loosened one by one. The steel began to bow inward. When it failed like a lung giving out. The gate peeled open with a wet metallic groan. Filth poured into the lower vault. The noise marines entered the holy place. The first defenders were militia shrine guards in battered carapace and devotional masks. They fired into the breach with autoguns, shotguns and flamers, disciplined by fear of Crail more than love of life. Flame washed over the first noise marine, turning sewage on his armor into clouds of poisonous steam. He walked through it, head tilted, appreciating the crackle of burning filth across his pauldrons. His sonic blaster answered. The front rank of shrine guards collapsed as organs ruptured inside them. One man's chest swelled, ribs cracking outward beneath his breastplate, before his lungs burst through his mouth in a red-black gout. Another dropped his shotgun to claw at his face as both eyes liquefied and streamed down his cheeks. A third tried to scream and lost his teeth as they shattered into fragments that tore through his tongue and palate. The noise marines advanced. The basilica's lower pillars cracked. Statues of saints split from crown to base. Bells rang without hands. each note warped into mockery. Prayer organs mounted along the nave walls exploded as resonance found their pipes, blasting brass shards through kneeling men. Hymnals burst apart in soldiers' hands, their parchment pages slicing skin, eyes and throats, as if every printed verse had become a razor. Men praying for deliverance died with devotion still on their lips. Their lungs turned inside out before they could finish the words. Crail felt the first sonic pressure strike the altar steps and nearly fell. Blood ran from one ear. His teeth ached in their sockets. The congregation broke around him, not completely, not yet. Men screamed. Some fled and were burned by flamer teams. Others tried to keep praying while their noses bled and their eyes clouded. A line of wounded guardsmen near the medici alcove rose on broken legs and fired laser guns toward the lower vault entrance, beams flickering through incense and blood mist. Crail seized the vox crook beside the altar and opened every basilica channel. "Sing," he commanded. Only sobbing answered. Crail drew his plasma pistol and shot the nearest officer who had turned toward the rear door. The man's head vanished in blue-white fire. "Sing." This time, the basilica obeyed. Crail began the creed in a voice made huge by vox amplifiers and hatred. The first words rolled through the nave, battered but unbroken. Soldiers took them up. Priests at side altars joined him. Servo skulls repeated the refrain. Vox horns mounted in the arches screamed doctrine into the invading sound. Faith met sensation. The collision shook dust from the ceiling. Vol paused on the lower steps, delighted. The imperial chant was ugly, brutal, repetitive, militarized. It had no elegance, no willingness to bend, no appreciation for the exquisite fracture between pain and exaltation. Yet it possessed force. It did not seduce. It hammered. It did not ascend. It endured. Human lungs against transhuman murder choirs, doctrine against corruption, obedience against revelation. Vol raised his arms, and his noise marines answered the challenge. Sonic blasters keened. Blastmasters groaned like dying engines. Doom sirens howled through helm grills. The nave became a battlefield of sound. Men were lifted from the floor by pressure and slammed against columns. Stone saints wept dust and then shattered. A squad of guardsmen tied themselves together with ammunition belts so they would not flee, and the resonance snapped their spines one after another while they remained upright, laser guns firing wildly until their fingers burst around the triggers. Crail did not flee. He descended from the altar with his relic mace in one hand and plasma pistol in the other. His bodyguards came with him, 12 hard-faced men in black carapace plate, each marked by burns of penitence and carrying shot cannons, power mauls, and flamers. Their ears bled. Their lips moved in prayer. They walked anyway. Vol met them halfway down the nave. "Confessor," he said, his voice carrying easily through the storm. "Your voice is almost worth preserving." Crail spat blood onto the cracked marble. "Heretic filth. Abomination. Noise in the shape of a man." "Noise?" Vol's helm tilted. "No, noise is accident. I am intention." Crail raised his pistol. Vol's doom siren opened. The bodyguards died theatrically because the weapon allowed no other kind of death. The first man's ribcage split down the center, each rib peeling outward like fingers prying open a cage. The second had both eyes burst so violently that dark fluid sprayed the inside of his visor before the helm itself cracked. A third clamped his jaw shut to keep chanting, and the pressure tore the jaw loose from his skull, leaving it hanging by strips of flesh as his tongue flopped against his chest. Others tried to scream louder than the weapon killing them. Their throats tore, their lungs pulped. Their bodies jerked apart under sound alone, collapsing in heaps of opened armor and exposed meat. Crail survived because the dead absorbed the first edge of the blast. He fired. The plasma bolt struck Vol in the chest. For the first time since entering the basilica, the cacophonist staggered. Blue-white fire splashed across his armor, burning through gold trim and blackening the resonator veins along his torso. Warning runes flared across his vision. Pain entered him, bright and clean and unexpected. He looked down at the wound. Ceramite bubbled. Beneath it, Scorched flesh twitched around embedded cabling. Vol laughed, not in mockery, in respect. Krail charged with the relic mace. He struck Vol across the helm hard enough to crack the screaming mask and drive the cacophonist half a step back. The blow carried faith, rage, and the desperate strength of a man too old to fear death properly. Vol caught the second swing in one gauntlet. The mace field burned his palm. He leaned closer until his cracked helm almost touched Krail's blood-slick face. "There you are," Vol whispered. "I knew there was a note beneath the sermon." Krail tried to speak the Emperor's name. Vol drove a recording spike through his throat. The priest convulsed. Blood ran over the spike and down the front of his robes. His mouth opened. The sound that came out was not a word. It was pain, faith, hatred, and refusal compressed into one raw human shriek. Vol captured it, held it, perfected its edge. Then he killed the priest by degrees, not to prolong cruelty alone, but to harvest variation. The first scream as the throat opened, the second as the spine bent, the third as the lungs filled, the final wet gasp when Krail's body understood it could not finish its prayer. Vol stored them all. "This," he said to the dying priest, "will be remembered longer than your name." Krail's eyes fixed on him with undiminished hate. Then they clouded. The basilica broke. The ritual did not open the warp by accident. Vol had tuned for it. The prayers, the screams, the organ bursts, the bells, the dying priest, the noise marines, the pressure in the walls, the mass of terrified faith packed inside holy architecture. All of it converged. Reality tore above the nave. A wound opened where the altar's incense smoke met the broken ceiling. It was violet at first, then black, then colors the human mind could only understand as pain wrapped in silk. The air filled with perfume sweet enough to make men vomit. Laughter spilled through. Not human laughter, not sane laughter. Bladed shapes slid from the wound, elegant and impossible, moving with the cruel rhythm of dancers and the hunger of knives. The Neverborn came laughing. Lasfire struck them and bent. Flamers washed over them and became scented mist. They pirouetted through guardsmen, claws opening bellies with graceful flicks, blades taking faces away in single shining cuts. One demon embraced a screaming soldier and spun with him until his spine unwound inside his flesh. Another leapt across a pew and split 3 men open from throat to groin, their organs spilling in parallel lines as though arranged by an artist. Perfume, rot, blood, and incense mingled into a choking sacrament. The defenders fired until they were out of ammunition. Then they used knives, then fists, then teeth. None of it mattered. High above the basilica, in the command ruin of St. Viridian's anvil, Brother Captain Deimos Kor received the report in fragments. Basilica breached, warp manifestation confirmed, confessor dead, demonic entities within inner bastion, loyal forces engaged, civilian mass present, holy structure compromised. Kor looked at the tactical display. The basilica sat above a critical transit nexus beneath 3 ammunition lifts, beside a wounded void shield relay, and within reach of the anvil's inner command arteries. If the daemons spread from there, the fortress would lose its internal spine. Lord General Heth's slate response appeared beside the report. Friendly forces still inside. Possible containment by infantry counterattack. Kor deleted it. He opened a channel to the remaining orbital lance platform locked above the fortress, one of the few still under Imperial control. Target Inner Basilica Viridian. Lance strike. Immediate. The platform commander hesitated only long enough to damn himself as human. Brother Captain, loyal souls remain within the structure. Confirmed. Confessor Krail's congregation is still transmitting. Confirmed. The basilica is a sanctified site. No longer. The lance fell. It came from the heavens as a pillar of white judgment, punching through the polluted clouds, through smoke, through the shattered upper vault, through demons, saints, soldiers, noise marines, stone, blood, and prayer. The basilica did not explode outward, it vanished downward, vaporized in layers. The roof became light, the nave became ash, the altar became glass. The demons shrieked as the strike erased their bodies from real space. Loyalists died without time to know obedience had claimed them. Traitors died laughing or screaming, or both. The shockwave rolled through the inner bastion. Walls cracked. Gun crews fell. Shrine windows burst across 3 fortress levels. The lance left a crater where the basilica had stood, its edges fused into black glass, its shape resembling a vast open mouth screaming at the sky. For several minutes the Voxnet carried only static. Then a voice entered every channel on Crucible. Imperial command channels, traitor warband links, penal collar frequencies, Skitari datacant, Medici distress bands, prayer vox, tank crew intercoms, even the broken machine chatter of dying servitors. Meyer Vol spoke through them all. He was beneath the crater, though beneath had lost meaning. The lance had driven him down into the ruin of his own amplifier array. Brass pipes, bone frames, vox organs, shattered bells, and living wires had fused through his armor and into his body. His legs were gone, or buried, or no longer distinct from the machine. His torso was split open around melted resonator veins. His cracked helm was locked upward, half his face visible behind torn ceramite, smiling through blood. He could no longer walk. He could no longer lift a weapon. He no longer needed either. The amplifier array had become his spine. The Voxnet had become his throat. The whole dying world had become his chamber. Vol laughed, and every speaker on Crucible bled. Then he played Auden Krail's final scream back to the world, note by note, until men in distant trenches began to weep without knowing why. The sky above St. Viridian's anvil did not break. It opened. Clouds of ash, promethium smoke, pulverized stone, and atomized human remains peeled apart in a widening spiral of violet light. The storm did not move with the wind. It obeyed a will greater than weather, greater than physics, greater than the dying world beneath it. Lightning crawled upward from the fortress guns into the wound in the heavens, as though Crucible itself reached in terror toward the thing descending upon it. Fulgrim came down through the burning air. He did not fall. Falling belonged to crude bodies enslaved by gravity. He descended as revelation descends, with terrible grace, slow enough that every living soul beneath him had time to understand. Vast wings unfurled through smoke and fire, their span cutting the clouds into ragged curtains. His serpentine body coiled beneath a torso of impossible majesty, each movement too elegant for something so monstrous to possess. 4 arms extended from him, each bearing a blade, each blade catching a different color from the wounded sky. Gold, violet, white, black. The colors ran along the edges as if light itself bled for the privilege of touching them. His face was beautiful. That was the worst of it. Not humanly beautiful. Not even transhumanly beautiful. His beauty was a weapon older than pity, a perfect arrangement of features that promised understanding, adoration, annihilation, and shame. He looked upon Crucible, and the world seemed less worthy for being seen. Across the battlefield, the Emperor's children fell to their knees. Some did so in rapture, some in terror, most in both, because among the sons of the Third Legion, the two had long ago become the same sacred wound. Tormentors lowered blood-slick bolters into the corpse mud. Infractors tore their blades free from dying guardsmen and bowed their helms. Noise Marines ceased firing, their weapons whining in starved frustration. Flawless blades pressed sword tips into the ground and lowered their heads, though many shook with the need to be witnessed. Mortal cultists reacted with less discipline and more honesty. They screamed. They laughed. They clawed out their eyes rather than endure another heartbeat of seeing him. Men in chains tore their throats open chanting his name. Fat-grown shock bodies, whose nervous systems had been enslaved beyond fear, collapsed in twitching heaps as even stolen biology bowed to the demon Primarch's presence. One renegade militia column dropped every weapon it carried and began crawling face first through broken glass toward the anvil, leaving trails of skin and blood behind them. The Imperials broke in more varied ways. Some prayed, some fired, some ran, some stood with laser guns shaking in their hands while tears cut clean lines through the ash on their faces. Several shot themselves before their commissars could decide whether execution was required. Others kept firing because the men behind them held pistols, because the men beside them still shouted, because the creed had been hammered into them so deeply that even awe could not pry it loose. Brother Captain Damos Kor watched Fulgrim descend through targeting overlays, atmospheric distortion, and Auspex failure. His helm lenses adjusted, warnings multiplied, warp manifestation, demon primarch, threat magnitude beyond chapter engagement threshold, target priority absolute, probability of destruction negligible, probability of delay low but measurable, probability of morale collapse among mortal allies extreme. Kor blink-clicked the runes aside. Target designation, he voxed. Fulgrim, priority impossible. No one answered with surprise. The sons of the Gorgon did not waste breath on wonder. Kor stood amid the broken ferrocrete of the inner approach, his honor guard around him, devastator elements in the ruins to either side, grav weapons primed behind barricades of burned tanks and saint statue rubble. His thunderhammer hung in his mechanical fist. Its field crackled low, impatient, hungry for an enemy it could not truly kill. Fulgrim touched the earth beyond the anvil's broken outer shield line. The ground split beneath him. He did not immediately turn toward Kor. He did not seek the strongest warriors. He did not honor the Astartes with first attention. He looked instead toward the weak things running between the bastion walls. A refugee column had been diverted into the inner causeway after the fall of the western habitation tiers. Tens of thousands of civilians, militia remnants, wounded laborers, stretcher-bearers, and ash-blind children of the Manufacturum clans moved beneath escort toward a sealed transit gate that would never open quickly enough. They had survived purges, shelling, starvation, sonic attacks, and imperial denial only to reach the path of a god. Fulgrim smiled. He moved. The first ranks died before they heard him pass. Men became halves, quarters, red vapor, and falling pieces. Fulgrim's blades traced arcs so clean that bodies stood upright for a breath after being bisected, then slid apart in sheets of blood. A militia captain raised a chainsword and lost both arms, his head, and the courage of every man who saw him die. A cart of wounded soldiers burst open as Fulgrim's tail passed through it, splattering bandages, limbs, and screaming torsos across the stone. A priest lifted an Aquila icon, and one of Fulgrim's blades cut around it with mocking delicacy, leaving the icon untouched, while the priest fell open beneath it. The refugee column ceased to be a column. It became color. Fulgrim crossed into a reserve regiment forming behind a line of chimeras. These men did fire. Volley discipline held for several seconds, which was more courage than most mortals possessed. Lasfire struck his body in red sheets. Grenades burst against his coils. A missile launcher fired from kneeling position and detonated against one of his wings. He passed through them, like a thought through paper. A blade took the missile gunner from groin to skull. Another flicked outward and sent a squad's heads tumbling in a neat row, helmets still sealed, vox beads still transmitting clipped prayers. Fulgrim's coils swept through the formation and crushed men beneath scaled muscle, pulping armor and flesh into the road. His hand closed around a lieutenant in carapace plate, lifted him close, and held him there long enough for the officer to see his own reflection in the demon primarch's eyes. "Little thing," Fulgrim said, voice soft enough to be kindness if words had not lost all virtue around him. So proud of standing still. He crushed the lieutenant. Blood sprayed between perfect fingers. The Medici convoy tried to reverse. Ambulance chimeras and white-marked crawlers lurched backward. Tracks grinding over wounded men spilled from their own transport ramps. Orderlies screamed. A Medici servitor continued reciting triage priorities as Fulgrim opened the lead vehicle from front to rear with one blade, peeling its hull apart as if removing skin from fruit. Men inside came loose in a steaming tangle of white robes, red meat, bone splinters, and ruptured oxygen tanks. He breathed in the smell of antiseptic and blood. "Mercy," he murmured. "How strange that your species keeps inventing uglier names for fear." The tank company came last. Lehman Russ battle tanks rolled from a reserve revetment, their commanders either brave, mad, or beyond the reach of retreat. Battle cannons fired at close range. The impacts hammered Fulgrim backward half a coil. Smoke swallowed him. For a heartbeat, the mortals cheered. Then the smoke parted. Fulgrim leapt. He landed atop the first tank and drove 2 blades through the turret ring. The crew died in a pressure bloom, blood and cooked flesh bursting from the hatches. He tore the turret free and hurled it into the second vehicle hard enough to cave in its side armor. A third tried to traverse its cannon toward him. Fulgrim bent low, smiling at the machine, and opened it from glacis to engine block. The tank split, ammunition cooking off inside, men trapped in the burning halves screaming until the fuel found their lungs. A loyalist dreadnought came through the smoke while the tanks died. Its sarcophagus bore the black and iron markings of the Sons of the Gorgon. Its left arm was a multi-melter, its right a power fist crusted with old battle damage. It advanced with the solemn fury of an entombed hero, Vox Grill roaring a challenge that had been old when Crucible's first fortress stone was laid. Traitor, murderer, serpent. The multi-melter fired. Fulgrim blurred aside, though the beam burned across his shoulder and left a line of blackened radiance in its wake. He looked down at the wound with delight. The dreadnought fired again. This time, Fulgrim took the blast along a blade, turning it aside in a flare that lit his face like dawn through stained glass. "How precious," Fulgrim said. "They have kept your hatred alive in a box." The dreadnought charged. Its fist struck Fulgrim's coil with enough force to shatter ferrocrete beneath them. Fulgrim allowed the impact, allowed the pain, allowed the brief, magnificent insult of resistance. Then his forearms moved. He cut the power fist away first, then the weapon arm, then the legs. The dreadnought fell, still firing sparks from broken systems, still cursing him through a ruined Vox. Fulgrim lifted the sarcophagus free of the chassis with all 4 hands, holding it up as if presenting a relic to the battlefield. "Do you remember him?" Fulgrim asked. The warrior inside answered with a burst of static and hatred. "Ferrus remembered nothing at the end," Fulgrim said. "Only surprise." He tore the sarcophagus open. The ancient inside kept screaming until Fulgrim split the preserved flesh with one shining nail and let the remains spill steaming into the mud. Savael Drask watched from below the ridge where the throat of martyrs opened toward the anvil's final approaches. For the first time since the war began, he understood. Not victory, not strategy, not Fulgrim's command. Those were lesser things. He understood why the Phoenician had gathered them, not because he needed them. Fulgrim did not need Drask. He did not need Vol, fused somewhere beneath the cratered basilica and singing through a planet's vox blood. He did not need Ven and his harvested organs. He did not need the Lords Exultant, the flawless blades, the tormentors, the infractors, the mortal oceans, the ships, the artillery, the shrines, the banners, the screams. He had called them because their desperation to be needed amused him. The thought should have humiliated Drask. It did. And beneath the humiliation, shamefully, beautifully, it exalted him. To be a son beneath such contempt was still to be seen. Core moved before Fulgrim finished with the dreadnought remains. "Execute kill pattern Gorgon Black," he voxed. His honor guard advanced without hesitation. Sons of the Gorgon devastators rose from rubble. Grav weapons locked and discharged. Lascannons converged. Melter beams cut through smoke. Plasma fire bloomed white-blue from multiple angles. Heavy bolters hammered from the barricades. Crack missiles screamed through the ash. Every shot had been planned, every angle measured. No warrior fired at the beauty. They fired at joints, wings, coils, blade arms, eyeline, torso center, and the points where real space thickened around the demon Primarch's presence. Fulgrim was struck. For a heartbeat, the impossible became merely wounded. A Lascanon beam burned through one wing membrane, leaving a glowing hole edged with violet fire. Grav distortion dragged his serpentine body downward, cracking the stone beneath him. Melter fire splashed across his lower coils and turned scales into molten gold-black ruin. Plasma burst struck his chest and arms. Heavy bolter shells detonated across his torso in thunderclaps of smoke, blood, and demonic radiance. Fulgrim bowed beneath the storm. Then he straightened. Every wound became spectacle. Burned flesh closed like silk pulled over a mirror. Blood rose from him in shining droplets and formed brief flowers before falling. The hole in his wing widened into an eye that blinked once and vanished. He laughed, and the laughter made several mortal soldiers behind Kor fall to their knees, sobbing. "Ah," Fulgrim said. "Iron hands, iron hearts, iron grief." Kor advanced through his own fire pattern as it ceased by exact command. His thunder hammer crackled in both hands now, mechanical arm and flesh arm working together beneath black plate. Fulgrim looked upon him with sudden, terrible intimacy. "There you are," the demon Primarch said. "A son of my brother's wound." Kor did not answer. Do they still whisper his name when they replace their hands? Do they still pretend iron can cauterize memory? Do they still dream of the headless body falling? Kor kept walking. Fulgrim's smile widened. Ferrus was magnificent when he broke. Not because he died. Death is common. Because in that final instant, he understood that strength had not saved him. Such a face, such disappointment. I have carried it with me for 10,000 years. Kor struck. The thunder hammer hit one of Fulgrim's hanging ornaments, a crescent of living crystal and gold suspended from a chain of hair-fine metal across his breast. The ornament cracked beneath the blow. Not flesh, not a wound of tactical worth. A trinket, a beautiful thing. Fulgrim stopped smiling. For one heartbeat, the battlefield remembered Istvan. The old hatred rose from black sand and betrayal, from fire and virus clouds, from a brother's severed head, and a legion that had cut perfection open to find rot inside. The sons of the Gorgon felt it through gene seed and doctrine. The Emperor's children felt it through pride and shame. Drask felt his throat tighten. Even Fulgrim, for a breath, was not merely a demon prince descending upon a fortress world. He was the murderer of Ferrus Manus. And Kor was reaching for him with iron judgment. Fulgrim moved. Kor's honor guard died with surgical cruelty. Brother Dacus fired his grav cannon until Fulgrim cut the weapon in half, then the arms holding it, then the torso beneath. Brother Morkant brought a power axe down toward Fulgrim's lower body. Fulgrim caught the axe haft between two fingers, broke it, and slid a blade under the warrior's helm, severing the head so cleanly that it remained upright on the gorget for a moment, before toppling. Brother Severick detonated a melter charge against Fulgrim's flank at point-blank range. Fire swallowed them both. Fulgrim emerged holding Severick by the spine, which he had removed through the warrior's back in one shining length of bone, nerve, cable, and black carapace plugs. Kor reached him again. Fulgrim parried the thunder hammer with two blades, turned the force aside, and struck Kor across the chest with the flat of another blade hard enough to send him through a broken shrine wall. Kor rose from the rubble, armor cracked, internal alarms screaming, and came forward again. Fulgrim could have killed him. He did not. He cut away pieces of Kor's war instead. A devastator, a sergeant, a banner bearer, a wounded battle brother attempting to crawl back into firing position. He spared Kor long enough for the brother captain to see each death, catalogue it, and understand that discipline had not changed the result. At last, Fulgrim stood before him. "Kneel," said the Phoenician. Kor's armor bled smoke. His left pauldron hung in broken segments. His mechanical hand still gripped the thunderhammer. One lens of his helm was cracked, the white glow behind it flickering. He said nothing. Fulgrim leaned closer. Not because you will be spared. Do not insult me by imagining mercy. Kneel, because refusal makes the next pain more exquisite, and I wish to savor your stubbornness properly. Kor raised his hammer. Drask intervened. He came in from Fulgrim's right, not toward the demon Primarch, but through the space between father and prey. His power sword struck Kor's hammer haft, turning the blow aside. He followed with a cut toward the neck, then another toward the knee joint, then a third meant to open the already cracked breastplate. Fast, brilliant, vicious. Every movement intended to be seen, not to save Fulgrim. Fulgrim did not require saving. Drask attacked because the Phoenician's gaze had fallen there, and no son of the Third Legion could bear to remain outside it. Kor met him with brutal economy. The hammer smashed into Drask's chest. His breastplate caved inward. Ceramite shattered. Gold trim buckled. One of his hearts burst under the impact, flooding his torso with hot internal blood. Pain detonated through him, vast and red. His auto-senses blanked for half a second. Combat stimulants surged in answer, needles within his armor plunging fresh venom into his bloodstream. Drask did not fall. Pride held where biology failed. He laughed blood through his teeth and drove his blade through the outer layer of Kor's side armor, scraping ribs beneath black plate. Kor struck him again with the hammer's haft, cracking his helm and sending him staggering. Drask twisted with the blow, came inside the next swing, and punched his sword through a gap in Kor's abdominal plating. The brother captain grunted. Not enough. Kor seized Drask by the throat with his mechanical hand and lifted him from the ground. The pressure crushed armor, flesh, and implanted cables. Drask's vision narrowed. He saw his reflection in Kor's cracked lens, broken, bleeding, magnificent. He raised his pistol toward Kor's helm. Fulgrim's command stopped the battlefield colder than ice. Enough! Drask froze. Kor froze because Drask's pistol was against his helm, and Fulgrim's blade was against Drask's spine. The Daemon Primarch coiled closer, towering above them both. His smile had returned, but now it cut deeper than rage. Savael, Fulgrim said, and Drask's ruined heart seemed to beat again purely from the sound of his name. How eager you are to ruin a scene. Drask tried to speak. Kor's grip allowed only a wet rasp. Fulgrim touched one blade beneath Kor's chin, not cutting, merely promising. This one does not die here. Drask's remaining heart hammered. Fulgrim's eyes shone like poisoned stars. Killing him too soon would be vulgar. He dies when Crucible's final gate falls, at the exact moment, not before, not after. His failure must have architecture. Kor stared at Fulgrim and said nothing. Drask, choking in the Loyalist's grip, understood the order perfectly. The brother captain was no longer merely an enemy. He had become part of the composition. St. Veridian's anvil had ceased to resemble a fortress and become a continent-sized tomb that still possessed guns. Its walls were kilometers thick, layered with ferrocrete, plasteel, adamantium ribs, void shield conduits, ammunition vaults, prayer galleries, and the bones of workers entombed during construction. Its macro-cannon bastions were city-sized engines of war, each barrel large enough to swallow a hab block, each breach crewed by hundreds of sweating men, lobotomized servitors, and red-robed engine seers chanting over smoking shell lifts. Its inner corridors had been built for armies, but now they were packed so densely with defenders that men slept standing, died upright, and were sometimes not noticed as corpses until the press of bodies moved away from them. Every bunker was full. Every stairwell was full. Every chapel had become a firing point. Every ammunition vault had become a medical ward, a ration dump, a prison, or a charnel pit, depending on which need had screamed loudest when the walls began to fail. Lord General Marius Heth walked the inner defense line with blood-dried black across his storm coat and a slate locked in one hand. His left ear heard nothing. His right heard only the muffled thunder of war through a membrane of pain. He no longer trusted Vox orders unless they arrived through 3 separate channels, 2 written confirmations, and a man willing to die for carrying them. Even then, he expected lies. The final defense of the anvil had no dignity. Heth had stripped that away himself. Dignity belonged to parade grounds, victory arches, and officers who had never watched a regiment drown in its own dead. Every wounded man who could hold a lasgun was returned to the line. Every man who could not hold a lasgun was given a grenade and placed near breach points. Every stretcher case with a working trigger finger was positioned behind a murder slit. Every ration was replaced with corpse starch paste laced with combat stims. Men ate it with bleeding mouths and shaking hands, and some wept because the stimulants made their hearts hammer too fast to let them faint. Priests moved among them with censers and flamer teams, blessing the obedient and burning those whose eyes had gone empty in the wrong way. A noble officer from Hive Dornax met Heth at the threshold of the 9th inner bastion, surrounded by 3 aides and a dozen surviving houseguards in lacquered carapace. The man's uniform was spotless, except for the ash on its cuffs. His face was pale beneath powder. His family had owned manufactoria, militia charters, and voting rights before the war had reduced all 3 to irrelevance. "My Lord General," the noble said, bowing too low and too late, "the southern approach is untenable. I have prepared terms for honourable withdrawal into negotiated custody. The traitors have indicated willingness to accept officers of standing as intermediaries." The corridor around them went very quiet. Heth looked at him with his human eye first, then with the red augmetic. Terms. The noble swallowed. For the preservation of command continuity, for the survival of valuable bloodlines, the common soldiery may continue resistance to demonstrate good faith, but men of governance must endure beyond this hour. Heth drew his bolt pistol. The noble took half a step back. "Lord General, I am of the Karos line." "You were." The bolt pistol fired once. The noble's head burst across his aides in a spray of skull fragments, powdered teeth, and expensive blood. His body remained standing for a moment, then folded at the knees. One aide began to scream. Heth shot him too. The second aide dropped his papers. The third pissed himself and tried to kneel. Heth stepped over the corpse. "You may die forgiven," he said to the trembling survivors, "or live long enough to be useful. There is no third blessing." He handed the slate to the nearest colonel. "Put his houseguard at the eastern breach. Detonation collars if they resist. Shoot every officer who speaks of terms." "Yes, my lord." Above them, the guns of the anvil fired again, and dust sifted from the ceiling like grey snow. Outside, the Emperor's children came in layers. The mortal horde struck first, because meat remained the cheapest currency of war. Cultists, mutants, shock bodies, and slaves hurled themselves into the final approaches beneath banners of flayed skin and stolen imperial silk. They clambered over dead tanks, through rad fog, across razor wire, and into the teeth of heavy bolters. Mines lifted them in red fountains. Flamers washed them from the walls in sheets of burning fat. They died by the thousands and still came forward, driven by overseers, narcotics, terror, devotion, and the distant pressure of Fulgrim's will. Armor came second. Rhinos snarled through the gaps. Land raiders advanced like moving fortresses, their lascannons stabbing at gun slits and bastion towers. Predators fired into shield pylons until the air shimmered with broken energy. Cultist bodies were chained to their hulls, not as protection alone, but as decoration, screaming and burning as lasfire struck them. Then came the tormentors. They moved as mobile firehunters, dismounting only when the defenders were deafened, blinded, and drowning in their own wounded. Bolters barked in controlled bursts. Plasma pistols turned barricades into white fire. Power blades opened officers, voxmen, ammo haulers, medici orderlies, and priests with equal contempt. Infractors followed them into breach corridors where the war became intimate enough to smell. Noise marines struck command nodes and prayer relays, sending notes through ferrocrete that made men's teeth crack inside their mouths. Flawless blades hunted the strongest defenders, killing sergeants, commissars, Skitari alphas, stormtrooper captains, and every man whose death might be seen by others. Demons slid through places where reality had worn thin, elegant and vile, laughing as they passed through lasfire and cut men open in motions too graceful for mercy. The corridors filled with smoke, screams, broken teeth, spent casings, blood mist, and severed hands still locked around triggers. Bolter detonations turned men into wet shadows against the walls. A guardsman fired point blank into an Emperor's Children helm and was rewarded with a black scorch mark before the warrior's gauntlet closed around his face and pushed until the skull collapsed inward. A penal legionnaire with no legs pulled a grenade pin with his teeth as an infractor stepped over him. The blast took them both in a storm of meat and ceramite shards. A priest swung an eviscerator into a flawless blade's abdomen and was laughing until the traitor cut his arms off, then his jaw, then let him choke on the prayer he could no longer speak. At the Ferrum Gate, the sons of the Gorgon made their last stand. The gate had been named in bitterness, not ceremony. Ferrum, for Ferrus Manus. Ferrum, for the iron that had failed to save him. Ferrum, for memory made into a weapon because grief alone was useless. Brother Captain Darmos Kor stood before it with what remained of his strike force. There were not many of them left. Their black armor was cracked, burned, and sealed with battlefield clamps. Some had lost arms and replaced function with integrated weapon locks. Some leaked blood from joints where the black carapace had torn loose beneath their plate. One fought with half his helm missing, pale flesh visible beneath scorched ceramite, one eye replaced by a flickering augmetic that refused to die. They stood among dead guardsmen, wrecked servitors, fallen banners, and piles of traitor corpses that rose waist-high in places, outnumbered, surrounded, terrifying. "Fire lanes close," Kor voxed. "Confirm every kill. No pursuit, no challenge. Deny passage." The Emperor's Children came for them again. Tormentors entered the gate approach in 3 wedges, bolters raised, sonic interference crawling over their armor. The sons of the Gorgon fired first. Storm bolters, plasma, melters, and heavy weapons spoke in interlocking sequence. Traitors died in the choke point, but never cheaply. One Emperor's Children warrior took a melter gun blast to the chest and still crossed 6 paces before Brother Routh's power fist caved in his breastplate and crushed the boiling organs beneath. Another lost his head to a thunderhammer and fired his bolter twice after decapitation, killing 2 guardsmen and blowing a serf in half before collapsing. Every loyalist death cost the 3rd Legion squads, armor, and momentum. Every fallen son of the Gorgon became a barricade. Kor killed without ceremony. His hammer broke ceramite like temple, glass. A tormentor lunged at him with lightning claws, fast enough to blur. Kor accepted one claw through his pauldron, trapped the arm with his mechanical hand, and smashed the warrior's helm flat with the thunderhammer. Blood and brain matter sprayed through the split faceplate. Another traitor tried to circle him. Kor shot him through the knee with a bolt pistol, stepped in, and crushed his throat beneath an iron boot. Then the crowd parted. Savael Drask entered the Ferrum Gate. His armor was broken and magnificent. His chestplate had been repaired with gold clamps and black surgical staples where Kor had crushed it. One side of his torso still bled internally, though combat stimulants and spite kept him upright. His helm hung at his hip, cracked across one lens. He wanted Kor to see his face. Drask held his power sword low. "Brother Captain," he said, "your gate is dying." Kor turned toward him. "So are you." Drask smiled. Blood stained his teeth. "Yes, but I am doing it exquisitely." They met beneath the collapsing arch of the Ferrum Gate. The duel was not clean. No duel in such a place could be clean. Around them, Astartes and mortals died in the press. Shells burst against the outer wall. Demons shrieked in side corridors. The gate's upper hinges groaned as melter charges and sonic resonance chewed through its structure. Drask was faster. He struck from angles that seemed chosen to insult anatomy. His blade kissed Kor's armor at the elbow, knee, throat, hip, and helm seal, not always cutting deep, but always teaching pain where to gather. He moved with flourish even in ruin, stepping over corpses as though crossing a polished hall, every motion half combat and half declaration. Perfection through sensation, through risk, through beauty sharpened until it became cruelty. Kor was stronger. He gave no ground unless ground was worthless. He absorbed cuts that would have killed lesser warriors and answered with blows that cracked the floor. His hammer did not seek elegance, it sought conclusion. One strike glanced from Drask's sword guard and still numbed the traitor's arm to the shoulder. Another clipped his side and broke something that had already been repaired badly. Kor fought through iron denial, through subtraction of weakness, through the refusal to be anything except the last calculation standing between enemy and objective. Drask laughed as he bled. Kor said nothing. Their weapons met again and again. Power field shrieked against Thunderhammer. Sparks showered over dead men. Drask cut Kor across the helm and opened one lens. Kor drove a knee into Drask's abdomen and forced blood from his mouth. Drask spun aside from a killing hammer blow and carved through the cables behind Kor's left knee. Kor staggered, recovered, and punched Drask with his mechanical fist hard enough to crack the traitor's jaw. For a moment, Kor had him. Drask fell to one knee. Kor raised the hammer. Beneath Kor's feet, a corpse opened its eyes. It had once been an Imperial sergeant. Malchior Ven had found him dying hours before, emptied his abdomen, packed the cavity with a hidden sonic charge, wired the nervous system with a nerve stim trigger, and left the body among the honored dead near the gate. It had lain still beneath boots, blood, and ash, waiting for the apothecary's signal. Ven activated it. The corpse spasmed. Its jaw snapped open. The charge inside its hollowed body screamed. The sonic burst was small compared to Vol's planet-wide wounds, but perfectly placed. It struck upward through Kor's legs, spine, and helm. His autosenses went white. His inner ears ruptured. His balance failed for less than a heartbeat. Less than a heartbeat was enough. Drask rose. "Beautiful," he whispered. His sword drove through Kor's torso. The blade entered beneath the cracked breastplate and punched out through the back, passing through reinforced ribs, one lung, secondary heart, black carapace interface tissue, and the stubborn meat of a warrior who had been built to endure everything except betrayal, arranged with such care. Kor grunted. Not a scream. Never that. He seized Drask by the shoulder and held him there, impaled blade between them, as if refusing to let the traitor enjoy distance. The Ferrum gate began to fall. Its outer locking teeth sheared away. Its upper arch cracked, the final barrier into St. Veridian's inner. Sanctum sagged inward, torn by melter, resonance, impact, and the weight of history. Through the smoke and falling stone, a shape entered. Fulgrim came to witness the appointed moment. The demon Primarch moved through the ruin with serene delight. Around him, Emperor's children lowered their heads. The surviving sons of the Gorgon tried to fire, but demons and tormentors dragged them down in the narrowing spaces. Kor did not look away from Drask until Fulgrim stood beside them. "Punctual," Fulgrim said softly. "How rare." Drask tried to withdraw his blade, but Kor's grip held him in place. The brother captain turned his shattered helm toward Fulgrim. Blood ran from the mouth grill. His chest worked once, twice. His body was failing, but his hatred remained precise. Fulgrim lowered one blade and rested its edge beneath Kor's chin. "Son of Ferrus," he said. "See how iron bends." Kor spat blood onto the blade. "Ferrus endures." For the first time, Fulgrim's smile was almost tender. "Then let him watch." The blade flashed. Kor's head came free in a spray of blood, cables, and torn spinal plugs. His body remained standing for a moment, one hand still locked on Drask's shoulder. Then the grip slackened. The corpse collapsed at the foot of the broken gate. Fulgrim lifted the severed head by the remains of its gorget and examined it as though considering sculpture. Then he offered it to Drask. A reward, an insult, a reminder. Drask accepted it with both hands, bowing despite the ruin in his chest. Behind them, the Ferrum gate fell inward with a sound like a world giving up. Deep within the command bunker, Heth saw the rune change. Final gate compromised, Ferrum gate fallen, enemy inside the inner sanctum. The officers around him did not speak. Many were dead. Others had reached the calm that came only when terror had burned away all lesser thoughts. The strategium shook. Dust fell. Somewhere overhead, men were screaming Fulgrim's name, the Emperor's name, or no words at all. Heth looked at the last sealed slate on his command lectern. Its casing was black. Its rune was red. Its authorization required his blood, his command code, and the death of hope. Cinder mandate. He placed his thumb against the gene lock. A needle bit deep. Blood filled the receiver. The slate opened. Heth entered the first command. Reactor sanctums awaken. He entered the second. Plasma containment rights suspended. He entered the third. Fortress denial authority absolute. Across St. Viridian's anvil, ancient reactor priests received the order and began to chant. Heth looked toward the ceiling as if he could see through kilometers of stone, guns, corpses, demons, traitors, and fire to the sky above. "You wanted the anvil," he said. His voice was almost gone. "You may have its ashes." Cinder Mandate awakened beneath St. Viridian's anvil like an old god opening one red eye. The order passed downward through sealed cables, dead vox lines, sanctified cogitator veins, a machine cant older than most of the fortress officers who had died defending it. It moved past shattered command relays, through plasma-burned data stacks, beneath collapsed chapels, beyond flooded ammunition galleries, where corpses floated face down in chemical runoff, and into the reactor sanctums at the heart of the fortress. There, the priests of the Omnissiah began to chant their death rites. They were not gentle prayers. The Mechanicus had no use for softness before annihilation. Their Binharit cant came in harsh bursts of code and devotion, clicking from brass vox masks and grill throats, while red lumen globes spun overhead. Servo arms unfolded from their backs. Mechadendrites stabbed into control shrines. Incense burners swung above plasma regulators large enough to swallow hab stacks. Warning runes crawled across every cogitator screen in burning crimson. Containment suspension acknowledged. Reactor mercy rescinded. Machine spirit wrath unshackled. Servitors dragged fuel rods from their restraint cradles, while the heat stripped the skin from their faces. They did not scream. Their throats had been removed for efficiency. Their flesh blistered, split, and blackened as they hauled the glowing rods along rails slick with coolant and blood. One collapsed when its spine cooked through. Another stepped over it, feet burning down to bone inside iron clamps, and continued the rite. At the sanctum doors, guardsmen held against impossible enemies. They were not elite soldiers. Most were line infantry, wounded artillery crews, half-deaf penal survivors, tankers whose vehicles had died, and fortress militia with smoke-blackened faces and hands shaking from combat stims. They had overturned cogitator housings, ammunition crates, pews from machine chapels, and the bodies of their own dead to build barricades in the access corridor. They fired laser guns until the barrels glowed. They passed grenades hand to hand. They shoved the wounded into gaps and told them to pull pins when the traitors came close. The traitors came close. Bolter rounds punched through the barricades and burst men open from chest to spine. Sonic pulses cracked armor glass and made teeth explode in mouths. Demons crawled along the ceiling pipes, laughing as lasfire scorched their perfumed hides. An infractor forced his way through a side breach, armor slick with blood and reactor steam, only for 3 guardsmen to leap onto him with melter bombs clutched to their chests. The blast took all 4 in a white flash, and the corridor rained ceramite shards, fused bone, and burning strips of uniform. Still, the doors held. For a little while, Malchior Ven did not intend to let St. Viridian's anvil die. Not because he loved the fortress. Love was a word mortals used when they lacked precision. He wanted the anvil preserved because it contained resources, gene vaults, apothecarian records, prison stock, pain engines captured from earlier wars and sealed beneath ecclesiarchy writs, lists of regimental bloodlines, corpse vat cultures, reactor schematics, astropathic remains, surviving officers who might be opened for command codes. Billions had died to reduce Crucible to this moment, and Ven had no wish to see useful material vaporized, because a tired old general had discovered spite. He led the surgical strike himself. What remained of his body had been rebuilt in haste. The left side of his torso was a blackened cage of armor clamps, exposed muscle, and artificial nerve cabling. One leg moved with a limp hidden only by Astarte's will and servo assistance. His narthecium still worked. That mattered more than pain. Pain had always been a messenger. He had merely grown tired of how loudly it spoke. His strike cadre moved with him through the reactor approach. 2 tormentors with bolters. 1 infractor carrying a chain blade that still smoked from earlier kills. 3 altered mortal shock bodies with adrenal crowns hammered into their skulls and melter charges wired to their spines. A pair of surgical thralls followed with preservation caskets, vials and coded hooks for dragging. The guardsman at the final door died correctly. Ven noticed that. Some died screaming, some died praying, some died trying to crawl away. But enough of them died facing forward that the defense achieved a kind of structural dignity. One man with no legs propped himself against a pipe and fired a las pistol into Ven's chest until the power cell emptied. Another tried to strike the apothecary with a sacred wrench and lost his arm, shoulder, and head to a single economical cut from the infractor. A priest of the Omnissiah, half his body replaced by brass and black iron, detonated a plasma regulator key in his own chest and burned one of Ven's tormentors down to the organs inside his armor. Ven stepped through the smoke and regarded the dying priest. Wasteful, he said, but sincere. He entered the reactor sanctum as Cinder Mandate reached its final threshold. Lord General Marius Heth waited within. He looked smaller than Ven expected. Mortals often did at the end, when command had stripped them of ceremony and left only bone, blood, and obligation. Heth's stormcoat was torn. His augmetic eye glowed red through ash. His human eye was swollen nearly shut. One side of his face was dark with dried blood from the sonic strike that had killed half his staff. He held a bolt pistol in one hand and a melter charge in the other. Around him, the reactor priests continued chanting, ignoring the invaders with the absolute devotion of men who had already assigned themselves to death. Ven's surviving tormentor raised his bolter. Heth fired first. The bolt struck the tormentor in the throat seal and detonated inside the gorget. The traitor staggered, helm snapping back, blood and fragments of enhanced spine spraying from the rear of his armor. The infractor lunged. Heth thumbed the melter charge and stepped forward instead of back. Ven understood what was happening a fraction too late. The charge fired at point-blank range. White heat consumed the space between them. The infractor vanished from the waist up. One of Ven's shock bodies became a collapsing pillar of cooked flesh and exposed augmetic supports. The blast struck Ven along his already ruined side and burned away what repair had preserved. Armor liquefied, ribs blackened. One secondary organ burst in its casing. His left lung cooked and collapsed. The flesh beneath his breastplate split open, showing blackened organs still pulsing with stubborn, obscene function. Ven fell to one knee. For a moment, the reactor sanctum existed only as pain and light. Then he stood. Heth's pistol clicked empty. The old general did not look surprised. Ven crossed the distance between them with one dragging step, then another. Heth drew his saber. He cut at Ven's throat. The blade rang from the apothecary's gorget. Ven caught Heth's wrist and broke it slowly enough to feel each bone fail. The bolt pistol fell. Heth grunted, but did not cry out. "Lord General Marius Heth," Ven said, "your resistance has been noted." Heth spat blood onto the deck. "Then file it with the rest of your dead." Ven's narthecium unfolded. Blades clicked. Needles trembled. Clamps opened like patient fingers. What does loyalty feel like when it has failed? Heth said nothing. Ven drove a needle into his side and watched his body seize. "I ask out of professional curiosity. Your world is lost. Your army is broken. Your fortress is breached. Your god remains silent. Yet the chemical signatures in your blood show no surrender response." Heth's mouth twitched. It might have been a smile if there had been any softness left in him. "Throne take you." "Your throne has taken everything else." Ven lifted him by the front of his coat and pinned him against a reactor shrine. The old man's boots scraped against the deck. Behind them, reactor priests reached the final canto. The sanctum shook as containment fields began to fail by sacred command. "Speak," Ven said. "Give me your last truth. Defiance is only valuable if recorded." Heth stared at him. Then he bit through his own tongue. Blood filled his mouth. His jaw worked once, twice, grinding the severed meat between his teeth so no clean scream, no final phrase, no useful note could be taken from him. Ven watched the act with something almost like irritation, then almost like respect. "Denial even in sound," the apothecary murmured. "How imperial." He killed Heth with a cut through the heart and let the body fall beneath the reactor shrine. The old general hit the deck without a word. Cinder Mandate did not complete. Ven's surviving thralls reached the control shrines and stabbed override hooks into the cogitator cores. The reactor priests tried to stop them. The shock bodies tore them apart in silence, ripping robes, augmetics, spines, and cable bundles into twitching heaps. One priest continued chanting after his lower body had been removed until a thrall cut out his vox box and placed it in a specimen jar. The reactors screamed, but they did not die. Not yet. High above, Savael Drask reached the command spire. The ascent had cost him warriors, blood, and patience. The inner stairways had been choked with defenders. Guardsmen fired from behind shrine doors. Servitors detonated in narrow passages. Priests flung themselves beneath his boots with grenades clasped to their chests. A dying Sons of the Gorgon battle brother, legless and burning, had dragged himself across an entire landing to stab a combat blade through Drask's greave before finally accepting death. Drask had left the blade there. It improved the silhouette. He entered the spire's vox pulpit, carrying Kor's severed head by the gorget. The chamber was cracked open to the poisoned sky. Its choir pits were full of dead astropaths and murdered vox officers. Its command thrones had been abandoned or smashed. The primary broadcast altar still functioned, though barely. Sparks crawled over its brass keys. Servo skulls hung from the ceiling by their own cables. Across the walls, maps of Crucible flickered in and out, every sector marked lost, burning, silent, or unknown. Drask placed Kor's head upon the altar. Its broken helm lens stared at nothing. He opened every surviving Vox channel on the planet. Imperial channels, traitor channels, emergency bands, prayer horns, tank intercoms, penal collar frequencies, the cracked machine throats of the anvil itself. "This is Lord Exultant Savael Drask of the Emperor's Children," he said, his voice carrying through static blood and fire. "Crucible has fallen. Saint Viridian's anvil is broken. Its Lord General is dead. Its Astartes defenders are slain. Its guns are silent. Its people belong to us. By blade, by song, by blood, by perfection, I claim this world in the name of Fulgrim, the Phoenician, the true and radiant father of the Third Legion." Silence followed. Then another voice entered the Vox, soft, amused, limitless. "No, my son. Drask froze. Every warrior in the spire froze with him. Fulgrim's voice filled the chamber, the planet, and the bones of every Emperor's children warrior still alive on Crucible. You did not claim Crucible. Drask's mouth went dry. You were permitted to participate in its ruin. The correction did not come as rage. Rage would have been easier. It came as laughter wrapped in silk, as a caress with a blade hidden beneath the nail. Drask bowed his head before the Vox altar, before Kor's severed head, before the judgment of a father who had never needed him and had made that needlessness divine. "By your will," Drask said. "Better." The Legion began gathering in earnest after Crucible's fall, not as brothers. The Emperor's children had long ago murdered any simple meaning from that word. They gathered as rivals beneath a shadow too beautiful to deny. Warbands that had ignored one another for centuries now docked beside each other in Crucible's wounded orbit. Lords exultant came to bargain, threaten, praise, and kneel. Lords cacophonist sent fragments of songs through the void as pledges and insults. Flawless blades demanded rights of honor over surviving loyalist champions. Tormentors counted ammunition and slaves. Infractors sharpened weapons on the bones of the dead. Apothecaries marked vaults, corpse vats, gene stores and prisoner pens with surgical hunger. Unity did not come through love. It came through terror, through envy, through worship, through the promise of sensations beyond sanity. Fulgrim walked among them, and judgment followed. One Lord Exultant was praised for the elegance of a breach pattern and elevated before the gathered courts, his armor touched by the Phoenician's blade and remade into living gold that screamed softly when struck by light. Another arrived late from the southern ash fronts, offering excuses wrapped in poetry. Fulgrim listened to the first sentence, smiled, and reduced him to screaming meat with a gesture. The ruined lord lived for hours afterward, nerves exposed to the air, his body hung above the mustering dais as a lesson in timing. A noise marine choir that had captured the death chants of 3 hive districts was granted blessing. Fulgrim turned their own song back upon them, half died smiling as their organs liquefied inside their armor. The survivors became louder. They bowed through ruptured throats, ecstatic with improvement. Malchior Ven received access to the Anvil's vaults. He did not smile. His damage was severe, his body held together by clamps, stimulants, and contempt. But when the gene vaults opened and the preserved stocks of loyalist progenoids, bloodline records, and surgical archives lay before him, something in his pale face grew almost peaceful. "Continuity," he whispered. The surviving Imperials were not granted clean death. Millions were chained into columns and marched through the corpse roads toward waiting troop holds. Men too wounded to walk were sorted by use. Those with strong lungs went to Vol's planetary Vox temples, where they would become living instruments. Those with resilient nervous systems went to Ven's laboratories, to be distilled into combat stimulants or remade as shock bodies. Forge workers were collared and driven back into Manufactoria beneath new masters. Reactor crews were branded and chained into ship engines. Priests were separated for later correction. Officers were interrogated until they ceased being men and became archives that screamed. Crucible became supply, trophy, altar, warning. Its corpse vats fed the mortal armies of the Third Legion. Its Manufactoria spat ammunition under new sigils. Its orbital wreckage was dragged into repair docks by slave engines. Its shrine bells were melted into sonic weapon housings. Its dead were counted, rendered, sung through, eaten, displayed, burned, or forgotten according to usefulness. Drask stood upon the command spire at dawn. If dawn still meant anything beneath a sky stained violet by warp, pressure, and smoke. Below him, St. Viridian's anvil burned without dying. Across its walls, banners of the Emperor's children hung where Aquili had been torn down. The Ferrum Gate lay in ruins. Kor's head remained mounted beneath Drask's personal standard, not as mockery alone, but as reminder. The brother captain had died at the appointed moment. Fulgrim had noticed. That mattered more than victory. Drask understood the truth at last. Fulgrim had not merely wanted Crucible. A Bastion world was useful. Its guns, bodies, ships, forges, and routes mattered. Ven was right. War required logistics. Even gods wore crowns built by slaves. But usefulness had been the lesser purpose. Fulgrim had summoned them to remember themselves. They were not scattered raiders gnawing at the Imperium's edges. Not lesser warbands painting stolen armor in old colors. Not broken nobles performing atrocity in the dark and calling it inheritance. They were the Third Legion, ruined and radiant, vain and vicious, exquisite and damned. They had drowned a fortress world in cruelty, not because it was necessary, but because they could. Because perfection demanded witnesses. Because the galaxy had grown too comfortable misremembering them as decadent echoes. They were still capable of drowning worlds in exquisite atrocity. The Phoenician stood above the conquered world as the fleets turned in orbit. His wings spread across the smoke. His serpentine body coiled upon the broken crown of Saint Viridian's highest bastion. Around him, the gathered lords knelt in ranks that had no trust between them and no need for it. Drask knelt among them. Ven stood behind him, damaged and silent. Somewhere beneath the ruins, Vol's voice still moved through the voxnet, humming Krail's final scream beneath a new melody. Fulgrim looked to the stars. Crucible was the overture, he said. Across the system, engines awakened. Ships of gold, violet, black, pearl, and blood turned from the ruined world toward wider darkness. Cult transports swelled with chained survivors. Astartes vessels locked into predatory formation. Dark Mechanicum barges sang in machine cant as they dragged stolen forges into orbit. The dead moon of the Gilded Wound waited beyond the rift. Other worlds waited beyond that. Other bastions, other armies, other suns who had not yet answered. Far away, astropaths screamed themselves blind, trying to carry warnings no commander wanted to believe. Imperial admirals denied impossible fleet reports. Sector lords demanded confirmation from worlds already burning. Priests declared the rumors blasphemy. Generals ordered readiness while praying the threat would turn elsewhere. It would not. Fulgrim smiled, and the gathered sons of the Phoenician rose. The Emperor's children were gathering again, and the galaxy had forgotten how beautifully they could kill.